Right.
Hi.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock and we are going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Dr. Thomas, if you would conduct roll call for us. Dr. Thomas, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me? I was unmuted, then I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Mr. Davis,
Here.
Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens. Miss Davis.
Here.
Dr. Yeager.
Here.
Dr. Dykeman.
Here.
Mr. Worthy.
Here.
Dr. Gant.
Here.
Dr. Knox. Dr. Knox. Dr. Maddox.
Here.
Thank you very much. So we do have a quorum. We will move forward to item number 2, which is to amend or adopt our agenda. The floor is open.
I move that we adopt the agenda as specified.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Davis made a motion that we adopt the current agenda. Mr. Worthy seconded that motion. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that motion?
Go outside, do something, have fun.
Okay, so we will take a vote on all in favor of adopting the current agenda before us. Dr. Thomas, if you would conduct roll call.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens. Miss Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman.
Yes.
Mr. Worthy.
Yes.
Dr. Gant.
Yes.
Dr. Knox.
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Our agenda is before us. And so that motion passed. And so we are at item number 3, which 3.1 is our early Head Start policy council meeting notes. Were there any additional questions or further discussions?
I might.
And if there are, I'll ask that you jump in because I don't have the view.
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question? Because when I looked earlier, I didn't think I saw them. Were they put in there relatively late?
No, sir, they've been there.
They've been there.
Okay, just an oversight on my part. Thank you.
Okay.
So I did read these, and I guess, Karen, we've had conversations about well, maybe you don't know about it, but probably everybody knows. I understand that they're closing the center over at Broad Acres. The Housing Authority is closing that one. Will that have an impact on our early learning center at all?
I was not aware that they were closing that. Certainly, I would encourage any families that had previously been served there to apply for our programs. My hope is that we would be able to offer some services.
And are we still virtual?
We are still virtual, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving forward to our SPLOS monthly report. Were there any questions or further discussion? none, we'll move forward to the Athens Community Career Academy report.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. I noticed that, I mean, it was very comprehensive and very informative. But I saw that there was an increase in our enrollment from 311 to 340.
You've muted yourself, Mr. Davis.
Did you hear the first part?
We stopped at 311 to 340.
Okay, 340, and then and I swear to gosh, I didn't touch that computer. But anyway, the full day schedule went from 37 to 114. I didn't know that you could have a full day schedule at the Career Academy. So I wanted to kind of, and I saw that they did have 2 math instructors and 1 science instructor, but I didn't see a language arts and I didn't see social studies. So I'm just out of curiosity, I was trying to see how that worked out.
So the full day schedule also includes, Mr. Davis, those students that are joint enrolled. So they may be taking Athens Tech courses, as well as some of the high school courses that would make them have a full day schedule.
So is the language arts instructor, for instance, would they come from perhaps Athens Tech? Is that what we're saying?
I should know this. I might have to defer to Mr. Harris and his former job. I'm not sure. Mr. Harris, did you hear that question?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, I just wanted to know who, I noticed that on the staff of the Career Academy that it listed 2 math instructors and 1 science instructor. I didn't see a listing for language arts or social studies. And so
Yeah, so Ms. Carlo Smart is a social studies teacher. So, okay, it wasn't me. So Ms. Smart is the social studies teacher, and Dr. Jennifer Whitley is the ELA high school level teacher still. I'm not sure why they're not listed. Of course, I don't attend the meetings anymore, but there is social studies and English offered at the Career Academy.
okay, I just didn't see them because it listed the staff. I just didn't see it. So, okay.
I have a comment or a question that's not related to that. If I may, Dr. Gant.
Sure.
So I attended a community conversation on Tuesday. Chief Sproul, the police chief for Athens Clarke County, spoke and was talking about a lot of criminal justice reform that he wants to take place in our city. And he talked inspiringly, I thought, about recruiting for the police force from people in our own community. And it occurred to me, having recently read this report, that they're talking about their criminal justice program is declining in numbers and they might need to change the name. I wonder if we couldn't, Mr. Harris and or whoever is community outreaching between the Career Academy, if we might want to talk to them about how to prepare our graduates for joining this new approach to policing, community policing.
So I think we can definitely follow up with the counselor there, Ms. Heyer, who provides guidance for those students and works with them on their schedules. We are always open. We do have an interim CEO at the moment, but Dr. Lumpkin Barnett is great with communicating with our community. So we can definitely pass that name on to her, and she can work with her staff to make sure that we connect that partnership.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great for our kids. Thank you for sharing that.
He says that they're way understaffed staffed, and they're trying to recruit people, and they have a very long training schedule. And oftentimes, as soon as they get them trained, then they get recruited away to other districts for a greater salary. So they're working on the salary part, but they also need to increase the flow of local people into this job. And there are jobs available today. So it sounded very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or discussion? Okay. If not, we'll move
I'm
forward.
sorry, I did have a question, I guess, and it's, again, it just prompted by that brief discussion in terms of our safety committee and our safety council. Is that still an active part of operations? And at one time there were discussions about that career path at the Career Academy and looking at the SROs, and even during that conversation about bringing that part in-house. And if this isn't the right time, and I'm sure it's not the right time to have that conversation, but it is one that I would like for us to revisit in light of a need for recruitment and potentially using that career path at the Career Academy to help with that particular part of the workforce development. So is our SRO, are our SROs going to stay as they currently are? There was talk about bringing them in-house and creating our own CCSD police department. And my question is that on the table still, or are we not moving forward with that direction?
Ms. Davis, I have planned a presentation for November's work session
Okay.
to discuss our safety and security program and how we utilize our officers and how to be responsive to our current climate, yet be supportive of our schools. So I have placed that on our November agenda, and you all will receive a copy of that, the agenda for the remainder of the year, or our presentation topics for the remainder of the year will be in your Friday board update. At this point, to be quite honest, we have really been focusing on school reopening and virtual learning, but as I've tried to start allowing myself time to address other issues, that is at the top of my list, and I plan to meet with Chief Sizemore and Mr. Fisher about that within the next week.
Thank you. No urgency. I didn't know if it had moved off to some other place or if it was still in our radar. Thank you.
It has not, and we will present to you all next month.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move forward with our board community reports. We'll start with item 4.1, and that's the Athens Area Community Foundation. I think I hear speaking, but it's fading in and out. Any updates with our Athens Area Community Foundation report?
I think that was Dr. Maddox trying to speak, and we've just lost her. So she may hopefully come back. You might want to recircle.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move forward to item 4.2, which is our Community Oversight Committee and SPOS report.
Yeah, so I don't have a whole lot to add beyond what was in the SPLOST report above, but other than to say that some really great progress has been happening on the football fields, and they're almost ready. The Cedar, of course, has had a home game, and Clark Central is just about ready. I think their first game is not this weekend, but next weekend. The field looks beautiful, the new turf. The track is still in progress, but the field is ready to be played on. And you can go to the operations website and see photos of the new field if you haven't seen them yet. I just also wanted to make a plug. The Clark Middle and the West Broad architects are meeting with the local building committees within the next month. So if you're involved in that process, keep your ears open for those meetings. There's a lot of focusing on early learning and what we're going to do about meeting the need, but figuring out what the need is before we move on it. Figuring out the data and how many kids we need and where they live and that sort of thing before we push early learning. Sales taxes are in great shape. I don't know why, but they are. People are still spending money, so the SPLOST is coming in on target and a little bit above what we needed. So we're in good shape there. And we're still looking for 2 to 4 new members. So if there are people in the community who have an interest in how these dollars are being spent, your tax dollars at work, please let me or Mr. Sams, who's the committee chair, know about your interests, because we are still trying to grow the community membership. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Look forward to Envision Athens.
I'm sorry. So I sent out the latest updates from Envision Athens to everyone. I received I got a comment from you, Dr. Gant, thank you. And I received no additional comments. So that last bulletin is boy, it's 100% of what's happening with Envision Athens.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me at least highlight the new thing that happened on the conference call earlier this week with Envision Athens. There's a new youth initiative that's kicked off, and the mentoring program, Clark County Mentoring Program, has created a youth partnership initiative. And so they are making an attempt to align or at least inventory all of the youth serving organizations in the community. And I didn't get to stay on the entire call, but there will be some additional information about that. And I think it's a great effort so that we can see across the county who is reaching into the community to serve our youth. So that was probably one of the biggest things that was announced. And the second thing that was announced on this conference call was an initiative for youth advocacy. And that's a new organization by Jalita Sanders, who's been working with us at the Career Academy. She was the community leader for the chairperson for Envision Athens all of last year. And so she has a new nonprofit that is an advocacy group for our juvenile offenders. And actually she's gonna take it beyond juvenile into another group that's also 17 to 23. And so we're hoping that that's going to have a major impact on juvenile justice in our community. And that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for those specifics. Did I hear another question or statement?
I was just going to suggest that perhaps we take those minutes and add it to our agendas from now on.
That would be good. It'll be, a good opportunity to have everything in one place if possible with the documents. Okay. School Boards Association. I don't have any, the only update I have, Mr. Davis, I think I sent an email or forwarded an email to the board that was about I'm blanking on the term. The
Resolutions.
Yeah.
For our legislative agenda. And
yes.
We already voted 2 last spring, and those were moved forward. And so they will be discussed and voted on by the Government Relations Committee, actually Government Operations Committee of GSBA on the 7th of this month. And I will be there too. One of them was on TRS, I remember, and I can't remember what the other one was on.
Mhm. But there's nothing, I think I got myself a bit confused. There's nothing that we need to do as a board regarding the legislative agenda.
No, I had already reintroduced them by the time they had notified you. Now, there should be a GSBA virtual meeting coming up in which I think you and Linda were planning to attend at one time.
Yes, I'll have to go back. I know I've received some communication. Ms. Davis, can you recall if you have that information in email or what that date was?
I believe that Lisa did register us for that. I have not received, and let me not say I haven't received. I'm doing a lot of webinars and things, so I may have put it in a stack someplace, but I'll go back and look as well. But I
Okay.
remember being registered.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back and take a look as well. Thank you, Ms. Davis and Mr. Davis, for that clarification. That's all for the Georgia School Boards Association. Dr. Maddox, I think you were trying to share an update about the Athens Area Community Foundation. And you got disconnected, but I thought I saw Dr. Maddox back on. Unable, and I'm unable to hear you, Dr. Maddox. I hear you going in and out.
Can you hear me, Dr. Gant?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, yes, I don't know. I'm experiencing problems all day. It's been like this. I don't know what to do with the Zoom and my connection at home. But basically, I stated that we had an awesome board orientation this month, and we will have our next board meeting next month, and I will provide updates at that time. That's all that I have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that update.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move forward with item number 5, and this is the board president's report. There are a couple of items under that. I have just a couple of brief reminders. I've placed them inside of the document that I shared with you the last time. And so they are related, just reminders about the norm results. Also just marking our calendars for professional development dates. I sent out an email regarding the remaining professional development dates. And then I just have an update from our last meeting, with Dr. Thomas, Dr. Maddox, and Ms. Palmer, that Dr. Thomas will have most of our information specifically around her presentations. The goal will be for her to have that information a week before our work session, and that will allow us time to read a little bit earlier and ask any questions that we have. And certainly we may have additional questions at the work session as well, but just all under that goal of efficiency and being sure that, all of us have as much time as we can and as much information as we can moving into the work session and then the business meeting. So that information is there. There are 2 items under the president's report. Mr. Worthy has reached out and asked about a team building activity. We discussed this in the preparation meeting or the agenda setting meeting, and did seem to think that it falls in line with some of the language in our Cognia report. And so thought that it could be beneficial for us to engage in that activity. We certainly will have to do additional work, but I think any opportunity for any of our board members to be able to contribute positively to the dynamics that we have is welcomed on my behalf. And I think I would speak for Dr. Thomas and Dr. Maddox as well, and perhaps the board. And then there's a Cognia update that Mr. Barlament will provide for us. And this will, we are slowly shifting to trying to get the information, the artifacts and all of that in the template that Cognia has requested. We continue to examine the areas that we have in progress, and then those that we have not started, and then creating action items around those. And so Mr. Barlament will provide us an update. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Worthy.
Thank you very much. This shouldn't take very long at all. I had spoken with our superintendent about this and had thought about it and going back and rereading the cognitive report. I think that this would be a timely activity. It's a motivational video. It's approximately 2 minutes long. I use this with my faculty at Cedar Shows for several years, mostly doing pre-planning. And of course, if I felt that we needed to go back and revisit this mid-year, we did the same thing. But I think you'll enjoy it. So Lisa, are you there?
I am, yes, sir. I'll start it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as I said, approximately 2 minutes, and I hope that you were able to follow that along. Dr. Thomas, I wanted to say this pertaining to your slogan, better together. When you saw those flock of wild geese there, they did everything together. When you see them flying in a V shape from now on, and this is the time of the year that you would see them flying in that V shape. They do that in terms of helping each other when, flapping their wings. Also, when you hear the honking sound now, you know what that honking sound is all about. That lead goose, if he gets tired, he can fall out of formation, and the next one will take his place. And you saw in the video, if one is wounded or sick and would go down, you have two of them to go down and stay with that goose until he dies or he's ready to fly again. And if the one that was wounded that dies, then of course those two would find another flock to fall in with. But the honking sound, and before I showed this several years ago, I always wondered why they honked. When they're honking now, they are communicating with each other. But as I said, Dr. Thomas, better together. It's all about better together. And when you look at, of course, now this is just one video. There are a number of animals that you see, and I'm quite sure some of you all have heard of a pack of wolves. You wonder why they travel in packs, survival. I won't get into that, but it's all about helping each other. And it's 10 of us on this team, the 9 board members and the superintendent. And I'm quite sure all of you have seen that movie, Lean on Me, Joe Clark. When you see that movie, and just the title of that movie, Lean on Me, Joe Clark turned a failing school around in Patterson, New Jersey, Eastside High School, and how he did that. If you've seen that movie, he taught those students to lean on each other. He taught the faculty to lean on each other. And as a result of that, turned that school around. So as I said, this particular video, it shows and also includes a number of things in terms of team building. I can recall when I was principal, the first time I showed this video, that during this thing happened, a teacher, I normally arrive at school 7:15, no later than 7:20. 2 or 3 teachers told me, said, come here, we got something to show you. There's a retention pond out there. And they told me that, do you know those wild geese, ever since you have shown this video, they land out there every morning. Why? I don't know. I guess they were finding food, drinking water, or whatever. I thought that it would send a powerful message. Now, what I have done, I also have screenshot this, and it's on my iPad. And after the meeting tonight, I would send this to all 9 of the board members, and of course to Dr. Thomas. So if you have any comments you want to make, whatever, feel free to do so now. Okay.
I will say, Dr.
Thanks for sharing it, Charles.
You're welcome, Greg. Go ahead, Linda.
Mr. Worthy, Dr. Gann, thank you so much. That is absolutely very inspirational and aspirational for us. And I think, again, it actually embodies the road ahead for us. And so I'm grateful. Thank you.
Others?
Thank you, Mr. Worthy, for sharing that. I think it is a good reminder of the work that we've done so far. I think a lot of what we've accomplished so far has been the efforts as a result of a lot of teamwork, not comfortable at times, and certainly not easy. But I think, it does speak to the work we've done, as well as the work that we have before us and the areas of growth. So I do thank you for sharing that. It's a good reminder for us to, to still celebrate and acknowledge the things that we've done as a team together, and then look for those opportunities in areas that we can show additional teamwork.
Sure. Remember those 2 things. Like I said, Dr. Thomas, that would fit perfectly, I think, with your slogan, better together.
Yes, sir.
And also remember the honking sound, okay? You're going to hear it this time of the year because the weather's changing. They're going to be flying from north to south. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will think about that whenever we use our new slogan. So thank you.
All righty, you're welcome.
We'll move forward with item 5.2, and that is Mr. Barlament's Cognia update.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Dr. Maddox and Dr. Thomas, for including me in this process. And I have been pulled in, and I'm happy to be. Honestly, this is really interesting and exciting work to sort of keep up with where we are in our Cognia process and to make sure that we're making progress in all of the areas where Cognia has asked us to make progress. As you all know, the report that Cognia gave us was very thorough. The obvious implications of being put under review, having our accredited status changed to accredited under review, is that we are going to be reviewed by Cognia reviewers. In the language of the document, it says on an annual basis, and this first one is going to come up in December. And we received that report in April. The first time I was brought in and we had an initial meeting with the Cognia folks was in late August. And at that time, we were also kind of walked through our diagnostic self-assessment template, which is what Dr. Gant was referencing before, and I'll reference that continually throughout this presentation and over the next couple of months. What we need to do is pull together some narrative and some supporting documentations to submit to Cognia by November 20th of this year. So we're sitting here at October 1st. And so we have not even 2 months until we have to submit that documentation. And we have to submit that before the Cognia on-site review on December 7th and 8th. And we're still talking to them about how much of that will be in person, how much of that will likely be virtual, a virtual visit. And during that visit, they'll want to have discussion with board members, the CCSD cabinet, a group of principals of our choosing, and then a group of community members as well. And then on that following week, the week of December 14th, they're going to sew up some things, ask some further questions, and start to finalize their review. And we'll get the results sometime in early 2021. So this is just an example of, this isn't how the template looks actually. Well, it is kind of, but I've adapted it into a table for us to use to kind of keep an eye on the things that Cognia has asked us to do as a board and as a school district. And there are 3 areas, and you'll see there's 3 slides that follow here. 3 areas of focus for us as a school district. And then there are a number of directives within those 3 areas. There are 12 directives in total, 6 of which have gone into this particular leadership standard. One note here is that there are 2 other areas that they were looking at, but we got a satisfactory rating in those 2 areas, so we don't have to turn any documentation or write any narrative for those 2 areas where we are doing good. And then another note that I wanted to say just before we get into all this, and I know that this might be a lot of, this might be relatively overwhelming. For the Cognia reviewers to look favorably on CCSD and the board, we need to be working towards completion of all of these directives that they've given us. They don't have to be totally complete. This is a process. This is a process of improvement, but we do need to be making progress in all of these directives. So this first directive under Leadership Standard 1.4, it really talks about adherence to policies that are designed to support system effectiveness. And it gave us a priority to develop, implement, and evaluate comprehensive professional development plan for board members to include orientation sessions for new board members, whole board training on roles and responsibilities of board members and the superintendent, and an annual written commitment to adhere to the code of ethics. This area we've been rated yellow, which is initiating. And I'll just run through these directives relatively quickly and make a couple of notes as I go. The first directive is for us to revise our policy manual. We know that our policy manual, a number of our policies have not been updated in a number of years. Therefore, we need to go through and comb through that and do a sweep of all of our policies in order to get those updated. And we're moving forward on that process as a school district. Every department head has been reporting out their team's progress. I'm on a team myself for instructional services led by Mr. Gaskins. And we've been meeting on a bi-weekly basis to go through all of our policies, make sure they're in line with state law, make sure they're updated when applicable. Lawrence Harris has done a wonderful job of organizing this process. We've got a huge spreadsheet that we're all inputting our updated policies into, and then they obviously go to the policy committee and then on up for board approval. I put that in progress because that is a process that we're going through right now. I think the cognitive reviewers will be very happy with our progress. And that process will likely be trending towards complete, hopefully by the time the cognitive reviewers arrive in December. But I think even what we've done so far has been a really full court press on the revisions to the policy manual. And that's obviously a partnership between us as employees of CCSD and you as board members. That second piece and the third one, I think, go pretty well together as I look at them. They're all about effectiveness and efficiency of board members and board meetings, sorry, and our board members following board policies. So this is a lot of training and showing through board meetings and that the board is making progress towards making meetings more effective and more efficient. The cognitive report really touched on a lot of points and showed some YouTube videos and had some link to YouTube videos and some transcripts where the board meetings may not have been as effective and efficient as they could have been. So they really want the board to have some training in this area. And as I understand, as I've met with Dr. Gant and Dr. Thomas, there has been training on parliamentary procedures and Robert's Rules of Order, which they reference specifically there. Really what we need to do in this area to make these complete is to have ongoing training in these areas, and then to also get that documentation that these areas have been completed. That fourth area is, to me, the most exciting area that you all have worked on as a group so far, because it impacts every other area that we're going to talk about here. It's that self-assessment, that self-study that you all went through back in August. And I understand from Dr. Gant that you're going to get a full GSBA report on that come middle of October or so, that the actual self-assessment is complete. So we can mark that in the green and you'll see how that impacts other areas as we go forward. But that's a really great baseline document for us to use as we continue in our improvement journey. And I've been combing through those results. I know that Dr. Gant and the board, and you've discussed those results as a group. There's some really rich information there. There's both quantitative and qualitative information in there. So it's really useful for us going forward. That fifth piece now is one that we're working with GSBA on to get a tool to actually gather information from stakeholders. So they want stakeholder perception data on the effectiveness of the board. So we're working on that. We have not started that yet. That's number one on my list, is to get that survey out to our stakeholders so that we can gather and analyze that information. And then that sixth one is really what you guys were just doing. And I had this as not started, so perhaps now I should put it as in progress. It's really, there's a lot in the cognitive report about team building, about communication, about transparency, about trust, both among board members and between the board and the superintendent. There's a lot about all of those issues. It's one of the sort of overarching themes of the report. So Any team building activities that you do, whether it's in a board work session like you just did, or it's something that you do as a part of a training in another setting, it would be good to get with GSBA to do some training on team building, or at least how to have team building activities at the beginning of each meeting. But that's just a big area. That's one of the other overarching concerns of the actual Cognia report. So that number 6 is a really important one. And now the second area that we're looking at was the only one that was marked insufficient. So this one is in the red, and that's leadership standard 1.5. It's all about adhering to a code of ethics and acting within your defined roles and responsibilities. The improvement priority reads, review the code of ethics to develop and implement a plan of accountability to ensure adherence of all board members in order to execute roles and responsibilities of board members and manage board functions effectively and efficiently. Now there are those two words again, right? Effectively and efficiently. That first one is just identifying and demonstrating characteristics of a highly effective governing board and professional decorum. GSBA has a wealth of resources and examples on highly effective governing boards and professional decorum. I know that you all are going to come together and discuss those as you continue to discuss your self-study. The second one deals directly with the self-study, of course, which was Directive 4 from the previous slide, which is conducting and documenting the board self-study. And you've conducted the self-study before the 2021 school year, so that is definitely complete, as you saw on the previous slide. What we're waiting for here is that actual documentation, which we're going to get from GSBA in middle of October, and then this one will turn to green as well. Now, this third one is huge because this is really, I feel, the most action-oriented planning piece of the whole Cognia report. It's looking at that self-study and starting to develop some objectives and strategies and actions and actual evaluation measures that are based on that self-study in order to guide your work going forward. What you're doing here really is starting to develop a strategic plan for the board itself. We're going to present on our CCSD strategic plan in a second, but this is really where you're going to be writing some objectives for yourself. And I would go back to the self-study and look at some of the areas where you may have scored lower on the self-study and start honing in on those areas. And then my suggestion would be to go back again and do the self-study again in February or March in order to see how the board has made progress because of all of these strategies and actions that you're taking. And I've told Dr. Gant that I can definitely help in this area. This is one of my areas of expertise. But I feel really good about our baseline based on the self-study. I think now it's just time to write some objectives, come up with some strategies and actions for the board to take so we can start to move that needle on the results of that self-study. And then this fourth one is one that you've already completed for this year. You guys did training in February on the standards for effective governance of Georgia school systems. And so I've marked that one as complete. And then moving on to the third area, which was also in the yellow at the initiating stage, leadership standard 1.6. The improvement priority here is all about the board committee structure. So reviewing the board committee structure policy to develop and implement a plan to make certain that board committee work does not pose potential violations of other board policies, as well as state and federal regulations. So this one is all about your committee work. And one of the things that has been done already is to sort of reconcile some of the numbers of board members on certain committees, because we don't want to pose the possibility of having a quorum established at a committee meeting. That's a really important thing for a board to do. You want those committees to be truly committees, truly advisory in nature, to gather information, to discuss items, and then bring that information to the full board at a board meeting. You certainly don't want a quorum at any of those board committee meetings. And so we've done some revision there, and that one is now complete. We've reconciled those differences. And then this last one is just the same type of, process here, utilizing that advisory committee structure to effectively gather feedback. So gathering feedback from constituents, gathering feedback from the community and people who work within CCSD to gather information and then report that out at board, either work sessions or at full board meetings, in order to have that information being provided to all board members at the same time. That's a really important process. The advisory committee process and their relationship to the full board meetings is a really important and really sometimes confusing process, but we need to be really careful about how we're conducting those advisory committee meetings. And so just in summary, I think that we're in a good place with the Cognier report. I think we have plenty of time to gather the documents that we need. Dr. Thomas and Dr. Gant and I and Lisa and Dr. Maddox, if she's available, will be meeting on a bi-weekly basis to continue to discuss these items, gathering information. I'm asking probing questions about documentation and gathering that documentation all into a folder so that when it is time to write up that narrative and turn in those artifacts, we will be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlament, for that overview. I do want to open the floor up for questions or additional discussion.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is that you, Mr. Worthy?
I'll follow you, Dr. Knox.
Okay. Thank you, James. When we did our self-study discussion with GSBA, the top priority that we were given was to work on our norms. And so could you map where the norms fit into the work that's been described in this spreadsheet?
Sure. I think norms, norms kind of fit in all of these areas. I think they fit best in the first area. That's talking a lot about, and you're talking about meeting norms, correct, Dr. Knox?
Not necessarily. We have a range of norms that we've been discussing.
Okay.
And approving.
Okay, because meeting norms could go very well into this first area, which is talking a lot about the efficiency and effectiveness of actual meetings. The second area, which is more focused on the code of ethics, could definitely go there. I mean, your norms should be closely tied to your code of ethics. And then obviously one of your norms should be how to conduct advisory committee meetings. So I think that the norms work could sort of be a through line throughout all three of these areas.
And I would suggest too that would be something, Dr. Gann, if you in our meetings with Mr. Barlament can just talk to him about the norms work, because he hasn't been privy to that part of the work and the discussion, so that he can see what's being done and how that would fit in with the plan.
Okay, I've noted that. And I do agree, it's in a lot of different areas. In my mind, fits under the code of ethics, since the norms in our case is basically us specifying what ethical behaviors we think are important as a board, and then specifically what that looks like. But I definitely will provide an.
That'd be great.
Dr. Knox, did you have additional questions?
No, that was it. Mr. Worthy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments here. Mr. Barlament, thanks. You've done a great job on this. And what I wanted to say, you mentioned self-study, and that is huge. And the reason it's huge simply because look background history of this. Years ago, when it was SACS, individual schools were accredited, and you had to do a self-study every 5 years. But, you know, after they would come and check everything, you got this big notebook, and you, of course, you had different interest groups that participated. You had this great big notebook, you put it on a shelf, and it collected dust probably for the next 5 years. But from what you explained here this evening with this self-study, this is going to be great because of the fact that I think that it will tell the story in terms of what this board, what this district, what we've done in terms of getting where we are for this visit from Cognia. So I just wanted to point that out, okay? So yeah, self-study. When you do a self-study, taking a look at yourself in terms of what you're doing, where you're going, and the things that you need to correct, etc. That is huge. Now, yes, I was going to ask to go back to the first frame, and someone have already flipped back to it. I was reading item number 6, and you know, engage board members in ongoing team building sessions to enhance communication, transparency, and trust. You know, this is one thing that I had thought about, you know, with the 2-minute video that was showed tonight. And I think that we need to continue with this because, as I said, better together, you know, because all of us, we need to be on the same sheet of music, you know, even coming December the 7th, we gotta be on the same sheet of music. We can't go in and showing being disconnected. But anyway, I'll stop there. So this is good. You know, I think it's something that would be very beneficial to this board and also to Clark County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions?
Dr. Gant?
Yes.
James, have you, and I noticed that, you know, we said that we were going to lean on the Georgia School Board Association for this, but in terms of 5, under leadership standard 1.4, where we gather, analyze stakeholder perception. Do you have an idea of how that gets teased out? I mean, I think in terms of obviously the staff of the school system, their perception of the board really focuses on effectiveness and clear messaging coming from the board. But I do think the community piece is really important, extremely important. I've always felt that way. I don't know how it's teased out from we're in a current situation where I know that there are, for instance, a lot of parents who are frustrated, you know, the fact that the count of coronavirus is still high, and so we're having to use virtual teaching. And so how does that, do you have any idea about how that kind of gets pulled out of, you know, which is a board decision? How is that separated from the actual operation of the board, for instance, and how we made the decision to go virtual?
It is and I think I understand what you're trying to ask, Mr. Davis. I think it is maybe an awkward time to do a stakeholder survey. I definitely agree with that. It's an awkward time to do a lot of things. But that being said, and I'll just say 2 things to this point. I don't think any of the questions would ask would ask anything about the board's decision to remain virtual, or any decisions going forward regarding those types of board decisions. I think they will be more general questions about the effectiveness of the board. And then the second point that I'll make that I think applies when you're doing any kind of survey is we do want to have a baseline on stakeholder perception of the board. And you can contextualize that data in any way you want, saying that that baseline survey was taken during the COVID-19 pandemic, which might be ongoing even next year. But we do need that data because it is in the Cognia report, obviously, and we're going to need to take that survey between now and November. So we're kind of in a tough place, I think, with that, but it does absolutely need to get done. And any survey that goes out, like I said, will not ask any questions about the board's decision to be virtual or in person.
I think the questions will be framed more in a way of interactions, relations, consensus building, how the board operates, rather than being questions that are aimed at specific issues. Now, realistically speaking, people's perceptions of anything we do can be influenced by their current feelings about something that's going on. And we recognize that people are probably going to be more likely to be critical if they're just generally dissatisfied with us right now. And that's about anything. But I think we will make sure that we work with that group to ensure that the questions are as objective as possible in terms of not being about specific issues, but overall the standards that are addressed in the report.
I would like to just suggest that we have the model board. I believe that, I don't know if that came from Cognia or it came from GSBA, but aspirationally, I would think that would be the target for our behavior, is to get to that place of functioning as a model board. And I think there's some very specific things that are laid out in there that might help us with this process as well. But I'm very excited about the show me a chart and a measurement scale, and I'm happy. So I'm probably as happy as I've been in a long time. Thank you so much for this information. I think, again, it clearly delineates where we are and where we're going. And I think it's easy to read, it's easy to understand, and it's something that we can look at periodically and say, okay, what am I doing to do better here? Or where do I need to spend some more time? So I really appreciate you, Dr. Thomas, for engaging Mr. Barliman, and thank you for bringing this expertise to this process.
Yeah, and I ditto that. I think it's a great job, James.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Dr. Thomas, James, are you all planning to send this information that is on the stream with the cognitive directives to the board? Because as Linda said a few minutes ago, I like to keep this before me and then, of course, read over it periodically.
It's in board docs.
It's in board docs, yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
It's under the Cognia tab information.
Yeah.
Well, when I went through that agenda, I don't know, maybe something I was not doing right, but I know when I touched on that, I know a blue line's supposed to come up and then it's supposed to open, and it didn't. But anyway, you said it's in board docs. That's fine with me. I go back and do it. We received, I don't know, man, several board docs this week, and I guess the one that I had, it just didn't work, but I go back and find it, okay? Thank you.
We'll make sure you get it.
I had a couple of comments / questions. I'll start with where we are right now, which was talking about the survey. And Tish had mentioned in the chat that what they want us to do is establish a method for the survey and not so much worry about exactly what we get back from the stakeholders. But I do think it's important when we give a survey to the stakeholders to explain to them, or in some way let them know what the actual roles and responsibilities of the board are, because otherwise I don't think we're going to get feedback that is necessarily relevant. So for example, in Greg's example, where they might be upset that we are virtual right now, that wasn't actually a board decision. So things like that people think are board decisions that may not be board decisions, and just the misunderstanding about what the board's role is. I think the clearer we can be about that, the better information we'll get back from the stakeholders. So that was one thing. The other thing I wanted to ask, and that was talking about the norms and where the norms fit in. I don't know, James, if you can go to the next slide, the next leadership series. Yeah, so I wondered if norms, the creation of norms might fall under number 3, which is create and document behavioral and or productivity objectives. Maybe not that part, but strategies / actions based on the results of the board self-study, because the creation of norms is an action that we're taking to try to make us a better, more highly effective governing board and helping with professional decorum and all of those things. So I wondered if the fact that we are undertaking this and we've been doing it and we have 2 dates scheduled for next week to work exclusively on these norms could potentially fall under that part right there.
I think that's a great place for them. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Dyckman.
Sure. And then I think that's it. I think the other question was already answered. Thanks.
Dr. Dyckman, one of the things I was going to mention with your first question or comment about the
survey.
Yeah, about the survey. So far discussions have been around like what should a survey have in it? And so the last conversation that I had with GSBA was actually during one of our meetings that I inquired specifically about this particular directive. The response was generally like, we can determine what the survey is, but it would be beneficial if whatever survey tool we use aligned with the domains as well, because that really gives us our guidance regarding how we should be functioning. Now, one of the things that was recommended is that we reach out to GSBA to see if they already have a template or an assessment. But even in the, if they don't, our self-assessment, it was shared with us that sometimes a board will use the self-assessment since it's already created around those domains. And we can modify it as well. But sometimes boards will use their self-assessment as a tool to administer to stakeholders, because that also helps. It can be beneficial to have that data that's aligned with our domains and then our self-assessment data. So the type of survey we use, of course, will be up to the board. And you're right, it is about establishing a way to actually collect that data. And so we just have to decide like what we want to use.
So is a possibility that we'll be doing an RFP on that instrument or the company to provide that service for us so that we can get a bigger picture?
From my understanding, I think it's up to the board. I didn't get the impression that that was necessary, because we already have access to the self-assessment tool through GSBA. And that was the tool that they referenced. I guess it could be as elaborate as we want it to, but we already have a tool that assesses board governance. And so I didn't get the impression that it needed to be.
So I was looking for that, that external piece that, and again, my experience is that there are companies out there that do nothing but survey people that you want in the public domain that you want to hear from. So I don't know if that's a part of the GSBA repertoire or not, but again, just looking at as we try and make a decision about what tool might be good to see what vendors can present in terms of meeting our needs, if we can come up with our requirements. Just a thought.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's definitely, it definitely is a board decision. So when we gather the information from GSBA, it'll be determined by the board. The most important thing is that we establish the means. So we say this is how we're going to go about gathering data from stakeholders. And secondly, again, this was from GSBA's perspective, that it is aligned with what we're supposed to be doing, and our self-assessment has those areas and those things that we're supposed to be doing. But you are right, that can be, it can be a survey created by that already exists, one that's modified, all the way, like ranging to hiring a company to produce a survey that covers those areas.
Okay.
Additional thoughts and questions for Mr. Barlament? As he mentioned, we meet every other week, I think, with Dr. Thomas and Mr. Barlament and Dr. Maddox. But certainly, if there's something that you want to share, if you want to attend that meeting, just let us know, of course, so we'll know far enough in advance. But it really is focused on like getting, assessing where we are, gathering information as evidence of where we are, and figuring out what our next steps are under each directive so that we can continue to make progress. I do want the board to feel that certainly that it is a board effort. It's something that, we all can be a part of. And so if there are areas that just like Kara, Dr. Dyckman just shared, if there are areas or things that we've done or things that we need to be doing that you feel like would fit under this, please feel free to share it with the board.
I really appreciate that invitation, whether anybody takes you up on it or not. I think it's that's a major step in opening up the communication so that we can all feel a part of this solution, since we really are all in it together. Thank you so much for that.
Sure. If there are no additional questions or discussion, we will move forward under our next item. Thank you, Mr. Barlament, for that thorough review and you and Dr. Thomas's efforts to move us forward, and really the entire board's efforts to move us forward. Okay, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Thomas. We're at the superintendent's report for items 6.1 through 6.4.
Thank you. We do have several items. We will try to keep them as concise as possible. Just to add to Cognia, Ms. Palmer will be sharing a Google Doc with each of our board members for you to sign up for your meeting with Cognia, and that will be on December 7th. The visit is scheduled for the 7th and 8th, but the 8th is a work day for the committee to pull together all the information they gained from us on the 7th. So Ms. Palmer will be sharing a doc with you so that you can sign up for the time that works best for you. And next, we are going to move into our strategic plan. We're excited to share an update on the progress made with our 2018 through 2020 strategic plan. And Mr. Barlament is going to share that data with you. And after he shares, we'll then pivot to our proposed revisions for the 2020-2022 plan. And again, I have shared this several times, but just to reiterate, the next 2-year plan is not really a new plan. It's just a revision of the current plan. A lot of input we've received have suggested that plans be a 4 to 5 year plan, And I have shared before that I would really like for the new superintendent to be able to come in and create a plan that goes in the direction that is determined by them and the board. But in the meantime, we need to have a guide, a roadmap for where we're going and what we're trying to do. So when Mr. Harris presents, he will be sharing just our recommended revisions. And we don't want to make drastic changes. It may look differently, but he will share with you where that alignment is. And it's more about creating it or presenting it in a way where all of our stakeholders can understand our targets, our metrics, and thereby their role in helping us to reach our priorities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barlament to give us an update on our 2018-2020 plan.
All right, thanks, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Let me make sure I'm, yep, okay. Yes, so this is going to be a presentation, a joint presentation between myself and Mr. Harris. I'm going to cover the 2018 to 2020 strategic plan and review that plan. And then Mr. Harris is going to come and give an overview of the 2021 to 2023 plan. What I'm going to focus on most is our measures and targets, of which there were 108 in the 2018 to 2020 strategic plan. I really tried to put my evaluator cap on when I was when I've been working with the strategic plan. I focused my evaluation on the smallest denomination here. So that would be the 108 measures and targets. We, of course, had 6 strategic priorities, 10 goal statements in total, and 30 indicators of success, and 108 distinct measures and targets. So my process was to go through every single one of those measures and targets, and I've been doing this on an ongoing process, of course, since 2018, to evaluate whether we were making progress or achieving those measures and working towards our targets. But evaluating that smallest denomination allows us to roll up percentages of completed targets to either indicators or goals or strategic priorities. I was asked in this presentation to focus on our goals. So that's what's going to be presented today. Just a couple of disclaimers, and I guess these should be relatively obvious. The COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked havoc on any kind of evaluation that we could have done of the 2018 to 2019 plan, because it interrupted last school year, obviously. So all of the data that's going to be presented in this presentation will be through February of 2020. Some of that work was done by, comparing where we were in February 2020 to February 2019 back to February of 2018. I also used projections where I could. So we have some really good tools at this point that we can project data down the road. So so a lot of these are going to look like, sort of if we had completed the 2020 school year, this is where we were projected to end up. So I used that kind of data as well to evaluate some of the measures and targets. And then just a second disclaimer there. There are a few measures that we normally would wait for state determinations to sort of make our final evaluation of where we were on those particular measures. We have not received information on those from the state as of yet. Part of that is because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Part of that is that as we sit here on October 1st, we would not have our CCRPI reports yet in hand. Those would come at the end of October, and some of the data points that are in our strategic plan would come from those CCRPI reports. So there are a few data points where I used local data as best I could. which will obviously be confirmed, hopefully by state data when we do receive those data. And this is just referencing the evaluation methods that I used. I focused again on measures and targets. So using those very smallest denominators of the strategic plan, I was able to calculate percentages of achieved targets. So achieved would be obviously achieved the stated target from 2018 to 2020. So that means if the stated target was we're going to increase 12 points, we actually increased 12 points or more. I thought it was important on those targets where we may not have reached the target, whether that be 12 points or something else, we actually moved in a positive direction from 2018 to 2020. So there are areas where, you know, the goal may have been 12 points, but we moved 6 points. That's going to be where these measures that are going to be designated made progress will be. And then obviously the last category is not achieved. So those are the areas where we did not achieve the stated target and we did not make progress on those targets from 2018 to 2020. So just as sort of a broad example, using the full strategic plan, all 108 measures and targets from all of the 6 priority areas, we achieved 43.8% of the measures and targets in the whole strategic plan. We made progress on 16.1% of those. So almost 60% of our measures and targets we achieved or made progress. And on the other side of that, we did not achieve or made progress on 40% of our measures and targets. So that's just an example of how the 10 goals are going to look as I go through those. So just keep that in mind as we go through. So the first goal focused on student achievement, student proficiency in literacy and numeracy. The target here was 12 points in the goal. So to move 12 points, what that was a reference to was the state determines accelerated improvement as 6-point growth in an annual in a year. So what we wanted to do was to make accelerated growth in literacy and numeracy in 2 straight years. That was obviously a very ambitious target. And in a lot of cases, we did not achieve those targets. As you can see, you know, we only actually achieved 15.4% of our targets. However, on the other side of that, we made progress in 54% of our measures and targets. And then we didn't achieve 30.8% of our measures and targets. And I also included on the side here, this indicators of success. I've included a distinct count for each of the goal areas. And I also included how many measures and targets we're talking about here. So in this first goal area, there were 26 measures and targets. And as I go through each goal, I'm going to highlight a couple of areas of success or growth as it's appropriate. So this first area, the greatest success that we had was in K through 2 literacy. So K through 2 students reading at grade level. We moved from 44% at the beginning of, at the end of 2018 to 57%. And that was taken from our winter reading assessment, winter 2020 reading assessment that was done just shortly before we had to have an interrupted year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So that was a 13-point growth. So obviously that was more than 12 points in that area. So that was a really encouraging and impressive success indicator there. And that's a lot of the work at our early learning center. Karen Hegenbotham's team, also a lot of work by the literacy team that's been put together here. by Mr. Gaskins, there's a really strong focus on literacy in the Clark County School District, especially on early literacy. And you'll see that continued in the new strategic plan as well. Another area, a couple other areas of growth, 3 through 8 reading proficiency, we gained 6 points there. We went from 26% proficient to 32% proficient. Our milestones projections for ELA growth would have also been 6 points, from 29% to 35%. And our projections for high school, we would have gained 5 points at high school, moving from 37% proficient to 42% proficient. And then in the area of math, which as we know is more of an area of concern for the school district in terms of math proficiency, we were projected to gain 1 point in math on the milestones at the end of the year to move from 33% to 34% proficient at 3 through 8. And then we were projected to move 5 points at high school from 25% proficient to 30% proficient. And this concern with math is reflected not only in milestones, it's reflected in ACT scores and SAT scores, which were a couple of areas where we did not make growth in our strategic plan. Also, when we look at data from our graduates as they go on and matriculate to college, a higher percentage of our graduates are needing remediation in math than they are in literacy. So this is an area, math, that and really the STEM fields that we want to continue to focus on. The second area, the second goal is all about community culture and social emotional growth of students. We had 4 indicators of success in this area and 28 measures and targets. So there were actually more measures and targets in SEL than there were in academics. This was an area where we were not as successful. We have 28.6% of the measures were achieved. 7.1% made progress, and then 64.3% were not achieved. So they were not achieved and they did not make any growth. Student voice was really important here. We want to be able to get information from our students on their view of their own social emotional well-being, of their own mental health, of their own stability. In general, it was interesting that our students remain relatively the same according to their survey data from an SEL lens from 2018 to 2020. A couple of highlights there though. The average perception of school safety increased the largest amount by 6 percentage points. And then also the average perception of the school environment increased as well. So that means students are seeing their campuses as cleaner, as better cared for. So the students are seeing some progress in those areas. However, there are other areas where students' perception was decreasing, such as school connectedness. So that's a student's perception of their connection to school, which, as we know from research, is very important to actual academic performance. And then also the area of school climate. So the general climate of the school, are students getting along? Are there a lot of fights? That area also decreased slightly from 2018 to 2020. Another area where we were kind of hurt in this, in the area of social emotional well-being, was we did not see increases in attendance, and we saw not a lot of progress in behavior referrals and suspensions, and you'll see that reflected in a couple of other areas as I go through. Our attendance in the 2020 school year, before we were interrupted, and our attendance across the 2018-2019 school year was actually worse than 2017-2018. And some of the discipline areas that we wanted to focus on, which were reflected in the targets that we chose, those areas we were not making progress in either. Therefore, that kind of rolls up to less achievement in the area of social emotional growth. There are a couple of areas where There were not a lot of targets, obviously, in the areas. We don't have 26 or 28 targets for every goal area. This one is a really good example of that. So this was all about maximizing organizational effectiveness. And as I said, I was keeping my evaluator hat on. So I was really sticking to what the measure and the target actually stated. And in these cases, for the two indicators that were in this goal area, it was all about were different CCSD departments, were all the departments developing and tracking KPIs. So key performance indicators, otherwise known as KPIs. So basically that was completed. Every department in the school district worked on KPIs, developed KPIs, and they all worked towards those KPIs. They all documented that process. I built a spreadsheet to help the different department leaders input those KPIs and measure their achievement. This was really organizational effectiveness is all about the internal workings of the organization. So this was really the way I felt about this one was we're getting off the ground with organizational effectiveness. It's not something that the CCSD organization had focused on a lot in the past. We had certainly never had KPIs. So this one was 100% achieved because there really were only two things that were in this particular goal area. Were the departments developing KPIs and were they tracking their KPIs? So this was the work of business services and operations, and business services has done a great job with balancing the budget annually, aligning resources to strategic priorities and areas of greatest needs, maintaining innovative, contemporary, vibrant learning environments. We saw that in the student surveys, even that the buildings that we're building, the maintenance of those buildings, the safety aspect of those buildings, even students are noticing that this is a strong area for CCSD, business services and school operations. The business services end maintained a fund balance well over 15%. That was one of the measures that maintained a balanced budget. They turned in surpluses quarterly. The operations were able to build buildings, complete a facility usage report. They were able to reduce the number of portables in use for district facilities. So there are a lot of positives coming out of the business services and operations end, and I think that's kudos to the leaders there, Byron and Dexter for sure, and their predecessors. The SPE loss process that's been referenced in this meeting is also a very strong process. This is an area where CCSD is very strong. The area of professional capacity. So this was a large strategic priority for CCSD, and it was broken up into 3 goals. If you've noticed, the 4 previous goals were basically there was 1 goal per strategic priority. In this particular priority, there are actually 3 goals that are included. So the next 3 goals are going to be focused on the area of professional capacity. And you'll see that that includes professional learning, which is this goal. I can say, and I keep an eye on this one in particular. You can see how long this goal is. It's a little bit hard to follow. And the next one is as well. And one of my, I guess, critical observations that I made throughout my work on this throughout the 2 years, honestly, was the goals that were focused, that were concise, that were action oriented. You saw more success with those particular goals. The goals that were longer, harder to iterate, maybe a little bit more confusing, a little bit less useful to actually guide work, those you saw a little bit less achievement. This one, however, there were 8 measures and targets here in the professional learning area. We actually hired a director of professional learning, Dr. Amy Peacock. She's been doing a wonderful job of developing our professional learning on an ongoing basis. One of the real successes of this area, and I know that our principals have been very appreciative of this, is having a year-long framework for professional learning. We also developed an academic calendar with not only district professional learning days, but building professional learning and teacher-led professional learning. That was a big call from our teachers to have teacher-led PL in buildings. And then related to school safety, there's actually a school safety piece to this as well. Part of this goal was to have sworn police officers complete at least 12 additional hours training beyond the district mandate to improve specific job knowledge. And all of our sworn officers completed that training over the 2 years. So that's it goes back to that student perception data of school safety. I believe that's an area where we are strong as well. And just one other note on here, as you can see, my color scheme got a little bit funky here for my data representations. Now achieved is blue and not achieved is green. I know that might be relatively confusing, but that's just the nature of the dashboard I was using. I'm sorry about that. Same deal for this particular area. When we think about going forward into our new strategic plan, there's a situation here that we definitely want to avoid. So there were 4 indicators in this area of professional collaboration, but the issue here was that 3 of those indicators were measured by the same target. So we didn't achieve that particular target. Therefore, those 3 measures were not achieved. So that's why you're getting that only 1 out of 4 achievement here. So only 25% achieved. This one was all about professional collaboration, having that collective efficacy piece, professional engagement. So that was a relatively unique situation. The only part of this that we achieved was that schools all completed equity action plans. The one that we failed on here was a lack of documentation of a tool to record school data meetings. So it was kind of a minor point, I feel, that was sort of had like a far-reaching impact. As I said, that's a situation that we would want to avoid in our new strategic plan. This goal is really when we get to the actual work of human resources. So all about recruiting, supporting, and retaining highly effective, mission-driven, diverse, and creative faculty and staff. Our HR department, under the direction of Ms. Duke, has done a great job of working on their measures and targets. So this has been an ongoing process, obviously. One of the successes here has been increasing employee attendance from teachers to transportation staff to custodial and support staff. We also increased the percentage of non-white teachers and staff by 2 percentage points over the 2 years. The HR department also developed a teacher to leader program. An additional success was that 100% of school nutrition staff now meet the USDA professional standards for continuing education. Some points for improvement here would be increasing our retention rate. We have struggled with our retention rate over the past couple of years, reducing open teaching positions, and increasing recruitment and career fair participation.
James, Dr. Knox asked a question with 5 through 9. Are there no areas of making progress where the first ones it was achieved, not achieved, and made progress, or did the dashboard just eliminate that?
No, there were no making progress. A lot of these, the way that the measures and targets were written, they're kind of black and white, whether they were achieved or not achieved. So we lose kind of that gray area for 5 through 9. Okay. So that's the reason. It's not a dashboard malfunction. It's a
okay.
Yeah, it's real. Okay. All right. And then the last area was really our equity focus. And you'll see a strong equity focus in the new strategic plan as well. We broke up the equity focus into 3 goal areas. The first was decreasing the disproportionality between students of color and white students in educational programming. And here we had a lot of success in opening up doors for students who have not had opportunities in the past. There's a broad range of success across the district's focus on equity. One of those successes is decreasing the disproportionality rate in the special education program, decreasing the amount of pullout settings for education intervention program students. Overall, the disproportionality rate for the gifted program decreased slightly, which was good news. However, the disproportionality rate at middle school actually increased. So we need to look a little bit deeper into that data in order to understand that. And then one other note that was interesting to me, the disproportionality rate in AP courses at high schools decreased. However, the disproportionality rate for advanced content classes increased. So AP courses are all taken at the high school level. Advanced content courses are taken at the middle and high school level. And I don't know if that adding in the middle school data again had something to do with that. But we are going to need to look a little bit more deeply there and maybe look at our middle school advanced content programs to see, what's going on in that arena. But I thought that was another interesting point. Wow, I'm talking a lot. The second area in the equity strategic priority was a little bit less successful. And this was an area that I felt that, and this was a little bit surprising to me when I look back, because I felt like we had a strong focus in disproportionality of discipline. And we've seen the work of Dr. Richard Welch across the past couple of years. He's done a lot of great work in analysis of our data from a disproportionality lens, from an equity lens. But this was a less successful area. So this includes an increase in the risk ratio for African-American students being suspended. So that was a negative outcome there. However, on the other side of that, we were able to reduce the suspension rate for students with disabilities. And I give a lot of credit to our special education program and Heidi Hill. Her program is very strong. You'll see some of that reflected in the next goal as well. However, and then I'll say again, the disproportionality in discipline and suspensions reflected in this goal needs to remain an area of focus going forward. And then our last goal number 10, this one was focused on, and you'll see the made progress back in this area. District disproportionality and student performance. This was really focused on disproportionality in academics. We know that we have huge achievement gaps. So this is really looking at decreasing those achievement gaps and actually accelerating the performance of our underrepresented students. There were successes in academics by both ESOLs and students with disabilities. They increased their growth in literacy and math assessments. In addition, the percentage of students with disabilities with a C average or better in all core classes increased to almost 30%. And then this is one of my personal frustrations, because I feel like if we had been able to finish the 2020 school year, I feel like we would have made a lot of academic progress across student groups. According to the projections that I have, if we had been able to finish the 2020 school year, we would have seen increases in both ELA and math performance for African-American, Hispanic, English learners, and students with disabilities on the Georgia Milestones assessments. All of the indicators that we had from fall to winter, our growth from fall to winter, our achievement at fall and winter, all were leading me to believe that at most of our schools and with most of our student groups, we would have seen successes on the Georgia Milestones assessments, and we would have seen increases in CCRPI scores at particular schools. So it's a little bit frustrating for me that we didn't finish the 2020 year. And I'll go back to the fact that it makes this type of evaluation work relatively difficult. But that is the review of the 2018 to 2020 strategic plan. And should I pause for questions, Dr. Thomas, or just roll right in?
Yes, let's see if there are any questions, and then we'll move into Mr. Harris.
Okay.
I had a question about the made progress part. You mentioned that indicated positive growth, but maybe not to, well, definitely not to the target number. Did you look at everything, like any positive growth? What constituted growth? 1% or 0.1% or anything that was more than the baseline? Would that be considered positive growth?
I looked at anything that was actually 1% or more.
Okay.
So for example, when I looked at like the overall SEL scores on our surveys, we actually went from a total of 74.8% to 74.9%, but that's not, I didn't run a t-test to test for significant difference or anything, but that's so similar, like that's basically no progress made there.
Yeah, I was just curious, and I guess that answers my question on the other end too. I wondered whether any like slight negative would put you in the not achieved versus the made progress, but it sounds like anything that was right around the baseline was not achieved, and then anything above like 1% was made progress.
Right, yep.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you. Except when you called out specific grades, grade levels, these are all across the whole district, right? These aren't targeted. I'm sorry, because I'm kind of new on the board, and so I didn't see the original strategic plan and all the individual indicators. So most of these indicators are across the whole district, right? Not school specific and not grade specific.
Most of them, yeah, and unless indicated in the measure, then it would be, yeah, whole school district.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
This is Dr. Watley speaking. I have a question. Is it any possible way, and I know this might be going too deep, for us to do like an item analysis to see which items really were significantly reflected in the survey? In terms of where we can kind of drill down a little deeper into the data beyond the numbers.
Absolutely. For the SEL survey?
Yeah, for the SEL survey. I'd just be curious which areas specific questions came up in terms of, and maybe James, you and I can kind of get together because we've had several conversations about it. Like what specific areas, what questions were really like driving the strength part of it, and which questions kind of pushed us into the areas of, needing to make progress. So
yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier today, and I wish I could boot up something, but yeah, we can do that together.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Watley.
You're welcome.
So I had questions, but when I looked at this yesterday, and I apologize for not taking more time sooner, it was exciting to see, but it also was drinking from a fire hydrant for me. So I'll have some questions, but I'll have to defer that until I'll get them to you before the board meeting next week, if I have enough information to ask the question. And I think that's part of my dilemma here. I took notes on your report outs, and the ones that I'm especially interested in are goal number 2 and around the SEL and why we see such, we don't see very much growth in that area. And I would want to know more about what attributed to that. What were we actually looking at and measuring? Are we looking, what results are reported to give us these indicators is what I'm thinking about.
And James, we can pull together the data
Provide that.
not on the slide that gives specific, aligned to specific metrics and the specific growth points. We can provide that information just in a attachment to the board.
That would be very helpful because, yeah, I think, again, I'm happy to see the report because it lets us know that certainly our measurements were still intact, but how does this then drive our behavior toward continuing the strategic plan? And I remember specifically one I was looking for, and it was probably in that goal number 2, where at one time I thought we had something that we were measuring that drove a bad behavior. And so I want to make sure that, we've captured those or eliminated those as we go forward. That's probably my number 1 concern. But then overall, as we're looking at the outcome for goal number 1 as well, yeah, I'm curious to see where we are. Because when I go online and look at the CCRPI report from the state, I can see some numbers. And are any of those numbers a part of this measurements section in goal number 1 for our schools? Do we have any state data in here?
Yeah, some are state data. A lot of what went into number 1 though, so there was milestones data, but a lot of it was based on the NWA MAP assessment as well.
Okay.
But there was some, like dual enrollment achievement, career pathway completions, ACT data, SAT data, PSAT data, which is all also reported by the state as well if you look in their resources. As I was saying in one of my disclaimers, they have not updated their spreadsheets for the 2019-2020 school year, so I can't, I always look at their data to kind of as a double check on our data, so I know, and I try to reconcile the two if there are some differences there, but I haven't had that opportunity yet.
But we do report up our data to the state, and then they simply give it back to us. Is that right? In a disaggregated in a disaggregated manner.
They do, but they also do some things with the data. They'll eliminate some of the data points for various reasons. They'll scrub some of the data that we give them. So it always comes back a little bit different, and I'm always interested to see why those differences exist.
Well, I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. It does help to kind of, it gives us that look into where we are. So thank you.
No problem. We ready, Dr. Thomas and Lawrence?
Okay, so I am close to ready.
Well, I have one more question while you're getting ready.
Yes,
Do we still have the KPIs or have we had changes to the KPIs?
We have not had changes to the KPIs. Some departments are still utilizing them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Okay. That was perfect. Thank you.
All right. And so I don't know, are you starting again, Mr. Barliman? I know you're exhausted, or Mr. Harris, I think is starting. But what I shared is that we just want to streamline so that we can reference our plan as we do professional learning, instructional conversations, community meetings, board meetings, and just have our goals in a clear and consistent manner. If you all just even reflect back a moment to some of the goals that Mr. Barliman just shared, like one of the ones about professional capacity. It's so wordy that it's hard to be able to just grasp that and know exactly what you're supposed to be able to do. So when you don't see that in these new goals, it's not that we're not focusing on those areas, but all of that doesn't necessarily have to be in the goal, but then can move to our strategies and our metrics. So I will turn it back over to you, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Dr. Thomas. Good evening, everyone. So as Dr. Thomas said, when we began this process, it was really important for us that we built upon the plan that we just had and that was already in place, and that our staff really saw themselves in our plan and could easily communicate our mission and vision as well as our strategic priorities. And so you maybe remember this timeline. I showed it back in May. We started by engaging our district and school leaders on our current mission and vision. We did several exercises, actually one at the Foothill Center off of Jefferson Road, where we just talked to our staff about our current mission, making sure they understood what was our mission, what was our vision, could they recite it, did they understand it, how to operationalize it. We want to make sure that all of our school and district leaders understood what direction we were going in. And so that happened right around pre-COVID, so right in February. And then we moved on through, during that time, we also administered our community input survey, which I'll show on the next slide. So again, you've seen some of this stuff from back in May, but I just want as a refresher. So May through October, which is right around now, has been all about design. So we've been talking with our district leaders, executive staff, principals, different stakeholders around where should we be going over the next 2 years? What should our two focuses be as we try to move forward as a school system? And then our goal and hope is that we'll get input from you today, some feedback on what you as the Board of Education see in our plan, so that way in November, we can have an approved strategic plan and then begin to implement it between this November and June 2022. So it is a 2-year strategic plan, as Dr. Thomas talked about in the beginning. So I look forward to any questions or input you'll have at the end of the presentation. So this will show you what the community stakeholder input was. And again, this is the same data from back in the spring. We did send out a survey asking our community members what they had one thing they wanted us to focus on for the next 2 years, what would that be? And so we took that data and we synthesized it into these 6 different areas, and there was other non-categorized. And I'll just remind everyone, back in the spring, some of the things that were related to were meal distribution, what can we do about COVID? And so some of the detailed ones that weren't necessarily strategic plan related, we did still want to capture that. So that's that 4% that you see in a non-categorized area. And so before I go into the mission, which I just kind of went on there, I just want to actually go to the next slide. When we talked about our mission, one of the things that we got a lot of feedback on was kind of the inability for some to really understand exactly what we were trying to capture in our mission. How do we reduce the words there so that way it just goes straight to the meaning? And so our current mission right now is that the Clark County School District is an ambitious community of learners. In our diverse and culturally rich county, we are committed to equity and excellence through the implementation of rigorous standards and a safe and supportive environment on every campus, in every classroom, and for every child. And so while we really appreciate our mission statement, we felt that it would be really important as we talk with our, again, school leaders and district leaders and stakeholders, how do we get a mission statement that's concise, easily recitable, but also where everyone understands how do we operationalize it? And so what you see before you is a draft mission statement. And again, at the end, we'll talk about input and feedback. Is our mission is to develop lifelong learners and globally minded citizens by fostering the academic, creative, and social skills needed to achieve excellence in a multicultural environment. And our goal will really be that all of our staff, teachers, paraprofessionals, custodians, nutrition staff could recite our mission and know exactly what it is that we're doing and why it's important that their work is valued. And then we also want to do the same with our vision statement. So our current vision is building a culture of high expectations and equity in which all students grow academically and socially to improve our community and our world. And so we took that vision statement, and again, we talked to our staff about what direction should we be going in? How do you see this as our vision? What is the long-term goal when you think about our vision? A vision should really be about where you're trying to go. And so what you see before you is kind of a revamped vision statement based off what we previously had, which is that our vision is simply for all CCSD students to graduate college and career ready and fully prepared for their life beyond graduation. So after we put all these cores together, we also realized that we also need to update our core beliefs. And our core beliefs were already fairly strong. And so you'll see that some of these are very similar to what our current core beliefs are. So our current beliefs now, each student deserves an equitable learning experience that helps them achieve academic excellence, that the recruitment and retention of highly qualified and effective staff is essential to high student achievement, that students, families, staff, and our community are partners in the success of our students, and that safe, nurturing, and well-maintained schools are essential to learning. So again, if you look at our current core beliefs that were in our FY 18 to 20 plan, you'll see they're very similar. There's the mention, of course, of community, the importance of learning and equity, and definitely the importance of making sure that we retain and recruit the staff that we have here in CCSD. So after we synthesized all the information between May and now, we came up with 5 strategic focus areas, all grounded in a foundation of educational equity. So I'm going to start by just talking a bit about how we have conceptualized educational equity, how we come to understand what that does that mean, and how do we begin to really put action behind or continue to put action behind that work, since that is the foundation by which we do all of our work. So our 5 strategic priorities as listed on this beautiful graphic that one of my team members made is student achievement, community collaboration, fiscal responsibility, climate and culture, and human capital and development. And what you'll notice from this graphic is we recognize that rather than educational equity being its own strategic priority, it should really be the foundation by which we do all of our work. So there should be educational equity and student achievement, how we collaborate with our community, how do we allocate resources through our finance department. We should be thinking about educational equity as we build the culture of our schools, as we think about the climate by which our students and staff enter our buildings. And then very importantly, of course, on our human capital and development, how do we work with our staff? How do we retain and support our teachers and our support staff and our school leaders? And so equity not just being its own priority, but being the foundation by which we do all 5 of these areas. And so again, to repeat myself, but again, foundational educational equity truly is the foundation and lens through which all of our work will be done. You'll see that appear a bit through this PowerPoint. And of course, as we begin to work on our success measures, I believe Ms. Davis mentioned our KPIs. As we start to develop our KPIs and our performance measures, you'll see how educational equity is weaved into a lot of the different goals and priorities that we have listed. So one of the first steps we realized, though, is it was really important for us to make sure that we as district and school leaders understood what educational equity meant. That we understood that it was not just terminology, but there was action behind that type of work here in the Clark County School District. And so what you see before you is the definition that we have come to, which is that we define educational equity as providing the resources and conditions needed for each student to reach their individual goals. And that equity depends on the needs of the individual student and inclusion in rigorous academic programming. And I know everyone by now is probably familiar with this graphic. This graphic is, probably been used hundreds of times across our country and probably outside of our country. And of course, you see the 3 individuals standing on even boxes. And then, usually what we think about when we think equity is the box in the middle, is that we've provided the resource, which is that box. And so the person in the middle can now see and the person on the right can now see. What we as district leaders and school leaders want to do is take it even further and say, yes, we provide the resource, which is the box, but really what we're talking about is providing the conditions for which each student can reach their individual goals. So why is there a box? I mean, why is there a fence in the first place? And so how can we make sure that all of our students not just have the resources, but have the conditions necessary for them to succeed? And so as we begin to truly unpack what that means for us as a school system, how does that impact the actions of our schools, our school leaders, our teachers? We want to make sure that this is at the core foundation of the work that we do.
Mr. Harris,
we have 5 strategic priorities. The way this is organized is
Mr.
that
Harris,
I'll first go
Mr.
over what the
Harris.
strategic priorities are in the FY 21 and 23 plan. And then I will have a comparison, if there is one, to what that looked like in our FY 18 and FY 20 plan. And so the first strategic priority in our new plan is student achievement. This is
Mr. Harris.
one of the most important things we do as a
Mr.
school.
Harris,
Yes, ma'am.
have you muted all of us?
No, did I?
It's funny because we've all been screaming your name. The interpreter said, "Can you please slow down?"
Oh, yes, I will slow down. Sorry, ma'am. I can do that.
Yeah, you on that 20, man. You rolling.
Well, I was also trying to make sure I was good on the time, but I'll slow down for you.
We
Take
appreciate
your
it.
time. Take your time. This is important.
Okay, so strategic priority number 1 is student achievement. Our goal, of course, being to prepare every student for college and career success. And we have 3 goals for student achievement. 1, 80% or more of 3rd grade students will demonstrate on grade level performance in literacy. Number 2, 90% or more of 8th grade students will be high school ready. And then number 3, 100% of high school seniors will graduate college and career ready. And so what I'm going to show you in the next slide is how we compare that to what is in our current plan. Again, knowing that what we did was we built upon the FY 18 to FY 20 plan. And so what I call this is really a restatement and a continuation of those goals. And so in the FY 18 to FY 20 plan, the strategic priority was referred to as academic growth. Of course, in our new plan, we're referring to it as student achievement. So in our FY 18 to FY 20 plan, what you would see listed is growth on the CCSD indicators of college and career success. And then in our new plan, the goal is that 100% of high school seniors will graduate college and career ready. And then below it, what you will see is that in the FY18 and FY20 plan, what was stated was growth on the Georgia milestones and growth on the NWEA map assessment. In the new plan is stated as 80% or more of third grade students will demonstrate on grade level performance and literacy. And so really what this is supposed to do is to help to see how we took what was in the FY18 to 20 plan and how did we shift or add to it to make sure that it was very clear and measurable. It was a SMART goal, but it's a way that we could track our work and our progress. So our priority number 2 is community collaboration. I'm a bit biased because of my position, but I think this is also a very, very important goal for our district. And our goal is we want to engage families, community members, and civic organizations as active partners. So we also have 3 goals here, one of which is to increase opportunities for family and community engagement and student learning. We want to effectively and efficiently communicate about CCSD with students, parents, staff, and community partners. And we want to implement ongoing training to increase the capacity and effectiveness of local school governance teams at the school level and at the district level to address community challenges that impact students. So our previous plan, our FY18 to FY20 plan, didn't have a community collaboration as a strategic priority. So this is a new priority for us. So there isn't going to be a comparison slide. So this is something new that you won't see compared to the FY18. So I'm going to move on to priority number 3, which is climate and culture. So we want to provide a welcoming environment and positive school and district culture for students, families, and employees. So our 3 goals here, all CCSD schools will provide a climate and culture where you are valued and you are welcomed as your authentic self. Schools will provide an environment in which students feel safe, supported, challenged, and accepted. And all CCSD employees will know their value and importance in creating a positive school environment. There was a comparison to this, and in our previous plan, many of the things I was able to pull out were related to the social emotional growth, which was priority number 2. And so in strategic priority number 2 from our FY18 to 20 plan, we stated that by 2020, CCSD will provide a positive school district and community culture that supports SEL. In our new plan, it's provide a welcoming environment and positive school and district culture for students, families, and employees. In the FY18 to 20 plan, we talked about growth on the Georgia Student Health Survey, growth in student attendance rates in relation to student connections with their school environment, and reduction of incivility disciplinary rates across the district. This is related to the new goal of all CCSD schools to provide a climate and culture where you are valued and you are welcomed as your authentic self. One thing I failed to mention in the beginning is what you're seeing here are our goals and our strategic priorities. But what we've done as district leaders is we also have nailed them down to strategies of how we plan on reaching these goals. And although that doesn't appear on every slide because there are several strategies and that would definitely prolong this presentation, but it also would kind of get into the weeds of what we're thinking. I did think it was important on some slides to show you because it was related to FY18-20. So for this goal, you'll see that strategies included creating early learning warning indicators for attendance, behavior, and coursework, implementing restorative practices and restorative justice in all CCSD schools, and decreasing the use of exclusionary disciplinary practices. And for example, as it says there, out of school suspensions and in-school suspension. So some of the slides you see do have strategies listed. I thought that was just really important for you to understand and see how do we again add to what we've had for the past 2 years in the FY18-20 plan. So number 4 is our human capital and development goal. This is all about our staff, our amazing folks who do the work here in CCSD. So we want to recruit, develop, and retain effective teachers and staff who meet the district's diverse needs. So the 3 goals were very simple. CCSD will recruit diverse teachers and staff, CCSD will increase staff retention, and CCSD will establish a competitive compensation structure. So again, seeing the comparison, what was called professional capacity in our FY18 to 20 plan is now called human capital and development in our 21 to 23 plan. In our FY18 to 20 plan, we talked about successfully recruiting mission-driven and diverse staff, faculty and staff to increase student achievement in literacy, numeracy, and social emotional development. And then our new plan, we talk about CCSD recruiting diverse teachers and staff. And there are strategies, the strategies are listed below, I'll keep on going. Retain mission-driven and diverse faculty and staff by reducing resignations and other departures by 5% annually. And our new goal is that we will increase staff retention. And some of those strategies, and James talked about it earlier, some of these things HR has already been working on. And as you all got to celebrate at the last board meeting, was our the rates that we had this year, some record rates that were set due to the amazing work the HR department's been doing. So it's the creation of a teacher to leadership program, strengthening our teacher mentor programs, promoting opportunities for professional growth and development for all staff, creating a path to teacher leadership, and then recognizing peer-to-peer support and learning. One thing I do want to mention, because I did fail to put it here on this slide, was that some of the strategies that were listed that to recruit diverse teachers and staff were really around how do we reach out to ensure that the teacher pipeline is strong with diverse teachers? How do we make sure that we're tapping into, and we the board talked about it several months ago, colleges and universities who are training teachers of color, teachers from different various backgrounds, staff with various backgrounds, and showing them how CCSD can be an attractive work environment and organization for them. There are also other strategies regarding in the teacher mentorship program to make sure our new teachers have that support that they need during that first year, which oftentimes can be fairly difficult, but with a mentor makes it a lot easier. And I know Mr. Harris and Ms. Duke have a presentation on HR, so I won't steal their thunder, and they'll talk a little bit more about their strategies that they've been using. And then our last one is actually the only one who didn't have a name change, which is fiscal responsibility. It's all about the money. We want to manage and protect public funds and assets through efficient and effective use of available resources. There are actually 4 goals here: maintaining a cash reserves to cover unanticipated deficiencies in revenue or unanticipated expenditures, ensure budget is aligned with student priorities as conveyed by the district, safeguard assets through up-to-date financial policies and procedures, and align facility needs with the budget. So again, to compare it to the FY 18 to 20 plan, again, both called fiscal responsibility. In FY 18 to 20, we stated that we want to maintain a fund balance of 15% or more annually and achieve a balanced budget annually. That's now stated as ensuring the budget is aligned with student priorities as conveyed by the district, and also to maintain a cash reserve to cover unanticipated deficiencies in revenue or unanticipated expenditures. And then the last one being completing an analysis of efficient facility and space usage for all buildings and schools, or all schools and buildings. And now it says align facility needs with the budget. So as you can see, just through some of these slides that I've just now presented, our goals are really in this new plan to try to simplify some of the language, but also to ensure that all of our staff could see themselves in the plan. They could understand really clearly and concisely what it is that we're talking about, how their work adds value to everything we do here as a school district. And I believe that actually concludes my last slide. So I'm happy to answer or take any questions.
Back on the fiscal one really quickly, Lawrence, if you
Yes,
can go
ma'am.
back to the first fiscal, here we go. So under number 3, safeguard assets through up-to-date financial policies and procedures, where do we get reporting here?
What do you mean, Ms. Davis?
In terms of, we're doing the policies and procedures, but we also have to report out on what's happening with the funds. And so I know that we struggle since I've been on the board with, you know, how does the finance report look and what's in the finance report? So I would want to include that as one of our priorities, or one of our strategies, is to make sure that we're transparent in our reporting of the financials of the district. Not that we're not, but just it should be, I think it should be a part of our strategic plan. In my
So
opinion.
it would be a strategy though, right?
I think we just add
Davis,
reporting. Yes, that's what I'm
That's
asking.
exactly what I say is I think under 1, the strategy monthly reporting. So I think that's where it would fall. It's just not level of a goal, which is being referred to on the slide, but I think it is taken care of and covered.
So we do have strategies under each goal, but it just would have taken about 3 hours to go through all of those. But we can share those strategies with you all when we share that other information on the
because I would think in those, so
Ma'am?
in the strategies is where we're going to have the measurable outcomes. That way we're going to
have
put those.
strategies is how we're going to do the work, and then we have metrics that will be our actual outcome measures. But strategies are the specific actions that we will take to reach the goals.
Right. And so the outcomes would be what the board would be looking at to measure progress, right? And evaluate the
Yes,
effectiveness
ma'am.
of the plan. And so is that going to also be articulated, or have we gotten that far yet?
Well, we will have metrics that we will get that are in part of the strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
Really sure what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Okay. Maybe I'm
Linda,
explicit.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Linda, you know, we've been through some of the financial policies this month, and we have updated them and included some of your comments about transparency. So those are in the up-to-date
policies.
procedures.
Ms. Davis, if I could add, there is a, and again, that probably would have been easier if I listed some more of the strategies, but Mr. Schieneman does have monitor budget and report monthly results to the board as a strategy under the first
I'm happy.
goal. Yep, yes, ma'am. So you'll be able to measure that every month.
Thank you. I just need it stated.
Lawrence, I have two kind of comments or questions, and I'm coming off the document that was actually posted on the agenda and not your PowerPoint, but you know, I know it's going to take me, you know, it was incredible, the PowerPoint, and so needing to really get a whole copy of that and review that would be very helpful. But going back to the beliefs, yeah, just making just kind of an observation, and I know that it's been threshed out many times, but where it says highly qualified and effective staff, could we? I'm just suggesting the word diverse as well, qualified, diverse, and effective staff. May be something that fits in. So I just kind of mentioned that.
Can you say that again, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, where it says recruitment and retention of highly qualified, diverse, and effective staff. I'm just adding the word diverse.
Okay.
I know that we have that further down as under recruitment of staff, but just in terms of our core beliefs, and so I just throw that out there for comment or discussion or consideration.
Okay.
Got it.
The other is that we could go down to 2. Yeah, I was just, again, just for collaborate, just for trying to kind of put the school board into the mix. And again, this is just, I mean, this thing needs to be thrashed out. This is just my own perception. But where it says number 3, increase the capacity and effectiveness of local school board governance teams at the school level and at the district and school board level. Adding the word school and school board. Because I think that I've never been quite clear, and I think the board hasn't either, if I could speak on behalf of other people, what is our relationship to the LSGTs? And so that would give a little clarity for me if we added that in there. So again, I'm not saying it has to be done. I'm just throwing those 2 suggestions as things to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
So I'm wondering if that's not, again, because of the board governance responsibility. Yeah, I'm curious about, I see your local school governance teams at the school level, and at the district level, local community challenges that impact students. So again, that keeps us operational. But at the governance team, again, all of this training that we're going through and developing a strategic plan for the board, I know that should probably be at least reflected somewhere in the collaboration part of this, I would imagine, or in some part of this that would say that we're in concert, that we're moving in the same direction. I probably said many words, but yeah.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to mention this because I shared an email with the superintendent and the board last week that I was invited to participate in a discussion with nationwide leaders pertaining to retention. And I participated for the first time today, cohort group. And I mostly listened, but I did share some things with them. But anyway, it's a powerful group. And I want to attend a conference the 26th of October virtually, obviously. But since I'm gonna be going off this board, I'm going to be talking to the superintendent and catching up on that because most definitely this school district, we need to be a part of that. And when you look at it realistically, it's a nationwide problem. You know, hiring and retaining teachers you hear so much about hiring teachers of color. I was just listening to that today, and they got into some cultural things there, whatnot. But this is a very powerful organization. I got the email out of New York, Upbeat, that's the name of it. And some of the things that they're saying, it makes sense. Like the conference that coming up in October the 26th, it won't be like a sit and get session. It's going to be a session where networking is taking place. And in terms of information that you can take back to your district to help in terms of hiring and also retaining teachers. Now that's just a snapshot of it, but I'll be talking with Dr. Thomas and sharing that information with her. But I noticed that was in this presentation from Mr. Harris, and I just wanted to go ahead and give you a short snapshot of that.
I have a quick question too. Do we have, I know in our last strategic plan, one of the things that was driving all of the training for the teachers and the professional development was driven by the need for the high expectations for students. Did I see that retained in our values, our mission, or in our goals?
So are you talking more rigor and high expectations?
High expectations was a very specific thing that we were driving toward.
Okay, we'll review that, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did see on your on the document that we had in board docs when we were looking at diversity under number 4 under human capital and development, that said recruit, develop, and retain effective teachers and staff who meet the district's diverse needs. And then it talked about we'll recruit diverse teachers and staff, number 1 goal under that. So I don't know if that translates to what Lawrence presented here too, but I'm like Greg, I'd love to have a copy of this presentation as well as the original one that was somewhat condensed.
So I was just going to ask, and it maybe will speak to what Linda was just saying. When we see this was just sort of the highlights of the strategic plan. When we see the strategic plan, it will have these priorities, the goals, the strategies, and the measures and indicators.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay, so
yes.
we will have all of that in one place.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I thought it was important to give like a check-in. Dr. Thomas, we just felt like it was really important to check in with the board and show you where we are now, because it's important that we have a plan that drives our work. So we just want to give you kind of the high level, and then we'll get all the other details to you as well.
So I really appreciate this, but and so what I was experiencing as you were going through this is it's kind of like a reversal for me. In the past, the board set the goals and the board set the values and the beliefs, and then it was passed down, and then everything was built from that. So this is different, and it again, as we look toward being more collaborative, I really appreciate the clarity that you're bringing by taking away some of our words, because we did. literally spend hours putting all of those words in so that everybody's, voice was heard. But you've made it so much simpler in terms of being able to repeat it, for one thing. And I think I really appreciate that. So yes, I think I'm going to need some time to work through this to make sure that the values that we were looking for are still here, even in its simplicity. So thank you.
I have a quick question, I think.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I was just curious how the specificity, I'm excited and impressed by the specificity of the strategic goal number 1 with the student achievement, which is my strongest interest in making student achievement our strategic goals. So these felt really specific and actually quite ambitious. Is there a reasoning behind being so specific about these, changing to real numbers instead of just calling for growth? I mean, I kind of like it, but I'm just wonder what the mechanism is, or what the motivation is to be so specific.
Mr. Gaskins, would you like to speak, and then I'll add on to that. I have thoughts, but I'll let you speak first because your team created this.
So they are very specific, Dr. Yeager, and what we try to do as a team is to work backwards, really, from looking at that 100% of students that are college or career ready. And that really means that when students are enrolled in college courses, they're not in remedial courses. It talks about readiness on the ACT, the SAT, end of pathway assessments, and then work-based learning. So if we have made that our destination, what does that look like for middle school, and what does that look like for elementary school as well?
Okay.
And also, it's not a specific goal, but it is a strategy. We have something around early learning and ensuring that our students are enrolled in our early learning programs, our pre-K programs. And we think if we have all of those strategies in place, we can reach these ambitious goals.
Along that same line, what do we do with the other 20% in number 1?
So we don't leave those 20% out. So as we think about those strategies, it's about moving those students along. So as you see that the goal increases with middle school, and then it increases with high school. So we just work, I think, more focused and strategically with those 20%, and not, I think, identifying that as a failure or identifying that we can't do anything with those students, but we give ourselves more runway to catch those students up, because it's more students in middle school, and then it's all students by the time they graduate from high school.
Because it's not saying that 80% will show growth, but it's saying that 80% will be at a level of proficiency. And I think that is unfortunately more realistic when you look at students who have learning needs, special challenges, that we are trying to close that gap as much as possible, but within a 2-year time frame, trying to maintain some sense of attainable progress for our students and our teachers.
And so these goals are, this 80% will be achieved by 2023. Is that what we're saying? Or we're saying every year we'll be at these numbers?
That is our goal for that is our long-term goal for a 2-year plan.
So by 2023.
Yes, ma'am. That's the goal. Now, I mean, we're being realistic,
I'm fine with what you're saying.
It's a goal.
I know what you mean by being realistic, but again, I struggled because I missed my class, but I walked into my class every year expecting every class to say, I want 100% all A's in this class, because I teach an easy course. You should be able to get an A if you come to class and follow directions, right? And so I'm always disappointed when I don't hit that 100%. And the numbers do look a lot like what you're putting down here as goals, but not because we didn't have the expectation, it just didn't happen. So I do understand that. But I do know why it happens too. And again, it always is tied to attendance and a person's commitment to being able to do the work. And so that's how I missed 100% on those. But yeah, I was curious about those.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Yeager, did you have another question?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir, Dr. Knox.
And I may have missed this. I had to leave for a couple of minutes right during this part. But for these goals, do we have, or did you talk about an estimate for where we're at right now? Because I actually like the idea of having a goal that's not just some kind of increment of progress, because then you can get excited about moving 3%, but your actual numbers are moving from horrible to slightly less
Right.
horrible. So I like this. Do we know where we're at for those three right now? Rough percentages.
I don't know if we can tell you this moment, but when we share with you that document, it will have our baseline included.
Okay.
For you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like doing virtual strategic planning, I tell you. There's
telling
something
me,
about the
baby.
synergy of people in the room, but thank you so much. This is the best we can do. I get it.
I've got, I just want to, again, kind of understand the process. So this is subject to, this is still in the creation stage, right? I mean, it's almost there. Or is this something that, you know, like a little bit of wordsmithing is still within the framework, or?
It is in the creation stage, Mr. Davis, but we really need to have a plan to
Right.
guide our work and to share with our team so that people know where we're going. I'm very uncomfortable continuing to push this too much further down the road because to me, it's analogous to us being in a car and driving with no idea where we're going and no roadmap for how we're trying to get there. Our goal today was to get feedback from you all. I'm more concerned about the priorities and the strategies being approved next month than I am with the core beliefs and the vision and the mission.
Right.
That does guide it overall, but to me, being able to look at our schools and our teams and our teachers and say, this is the work, this is where we're trying to go, and these are the strategies we're committed to. I don't want to continue putting that off. In many of our conversations, we always talk about, well, what does the strategic plan say? What does the strategic plan say? How does this align? What is expenses, resources, programs? And so going a half a year without some strategic priorities is concerning to me. So our goal is to take your feedback. We will get this complete document to you all by Monday, and we will get your feedback, answer any questions you might have. And ideally, we would get this approved by you all at our November meeting so that we can really start to move forward. And again, we can take more time on the core beliefs and the vision and mission, but I would like to have a document of what we're trying to accomplish as a system. And that's important to share, I think, with all of our stakeholders. So we will get it to you so that we can get any feedback and we can make those edits.
So again, the strategies are what you will be telling us how you're going to achieve these goals, right? And these objectives. Am I saying the right word here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So you're the expert on that. So we'll be accepting that and saying, okay, this makes sense. And I understand how we will be measuring that. That's what we'll be getting from you in addition.
Right, but we need your approval on the strategic priorities.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. I'm clearer. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm starting to feel like I can really take that anxiety level down because I'm like you. You know, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. And I just think this is way too important for us to continue down that pathway. So yeah, this is great.
Yes, ma'am. If there are no other questions, I feel like my report's taking forever tonight. We still have to get to policy. I'm sorry, but our next area is our school reopening, and I got caught up and did not get to text Nurse Amy, but she's been paying attention. She's probably already waiting on me.
She's here.
She's been saying, are we ready? Are we ready? So she's been anxious to get in. We are not going to do a full PowerPoint of all of the departments tonight. We don't feel that that is a good use of our time. Instead, we are going to have different members of our team to talk with you about where we are and what we have been doing and what our continued plans are. I want to share that our Deaf and Hard of Hearing program did return on Monday. of this week. That program is a collaborative program through Northeast Georgia RESA. So there are students from different districts. There are 17 students being served. 10 of those 17 are Clark County students. Their ages 3 through 8th grade, and they're from 7 school districts within our Northeast Georgia RESA. And they are at Winterville and at Coyle. The students participating in small cohorts of classes with the highest regard for teaching and practicing social distance and safety precautions such as mask wearing and supportive environment. And that has gone well so far this week. We have been pleased and excited about getting that group of students back. And we're going to now share with you where we are overall with our continued planning to return students back to school. We are excited. Nurse Amy has done an excellent job of monitoring data. And I do want to apologize. There were some missteps at the beginning of last week regarding our discussions for reopening. None of that was done purposefully. There were conversations, and one group thought that recommendations were being made, and another group was just providing updates on what they would recommend when we got closer to our metrics. And ironically, it seems like we're closer to our metrics now, much closer. And we got here a lot faster than any of us anticipated. So our reopening task force has been very forward thinking in their planning. And Nurse Amy is going to share our current data trends with you. They have decreased. And for most of you who I'm sure are carefully following this, CDC did also come out with some new guidance regarding reopening and metrics that should be considered. So our team has been aggressively, like literally, I think we meet or talk daily about what this can look like and what our next steps are going to be. Our metrics were, for us initially, were for an option of returning to a full 5-day return. And we're going to continue looking at that with increased mitigation methods ahead of time to make sure that we are fully ready to do this in a way that is going to be safe for our students and our staff. And our goal is to provide a target date within the next couple of days, by next week, a target date for our reopening, and you'll get more information on that now. So I'm going to turn that over to Nurse Amy, and then after her, Mr. Fisher will speak, and then I think Mr. Gass.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Good evening, Dr. Gant and board. Thank you again for this opportunity to briefly share some information with you guys about what's going on here in Athens. For the first time in a while, I'm glad to say that Nurse Amy has some good news to report to you guys. Our numbers are trending down here in Clark County, as everybody is aware, and I personally am cautiously optimistic that they will continue to do so. I use the word cautiously because we do have flu season and a few football games and a university in town to contend with, as well as public health experts who continue to issue warnings. And it is of my opinion that we cannot ignore those factors that influence Clark County. That being said, according to the Department of Public Health, where we check and get our numbers from, as of today, we are at 217 cases per 100,000. That's over the past 14 days. And our positivity rate is 4.3%. So those are very, very good compared to what we've been looking at. We're down from even yesterday when we were at 254 cases. So we've gone from 254 to 217 just in a day, and from 4.8% to 4.3% for our positivity rate. So as you know, we will continue to monitor those. We would like to see them below 175 cases per 100,000 before we do a full 5-day return to school. We continue to believe that those are reasonable and responsible metrics that were set by public health experts in our local community. The CDC released some new, very interesting guidelines on September 15th, and I encourage you all to look at them. They're posted to the CDC website. They are specifically for schools and their reopening plan. And they're called indicators and thresholds for risks of introduction and transmission of COVID-19 in schools. So basically the CDC recommends now that all schools look at kind of two categories. One is core indicators and two is secondary indicators. And I'm really proud to report that we are already looking at all of the categories that the CDC is recommending schools look at. So for the first category, which is core indicators, they recommend schools look at three things: the cases per 100,000 over the last 14 days, we're doing that. The percent positivity, we're doing that. And the school or school district's ability to successfully implement mitigation strategies. And this is what the work of our reopening team has been doing, is talking about how we can open in a way that is safe, or as safe as possible for our students and our staff. The CDC did indicate that the high end of their threshold for the red zone is 200 cases per 100,000, and that their red zone indicator for positivity rate is 10%. So we have been in discussions about the CDC threshold, as to if we should realign our metrics. But at the rate we're going, I am optimistic that we can keep the metrics we initially set and adjust if needed. Of course, they've always been designed to pivot based on public health guidelines, and so we reserve the right to do so. But I'm optimistic that we can keep them as originally set and meet them and get our kids back in school quickly. In addition to the core indicators, CDC recommends we look at secondary indicators, and that's kind of more of our community indicators. So they recommend that we look at the percent change in cases per 100,000 during the past 7 days compared to the previous 7 days. So really, if you have a negative number in that change category, it represents significantly improving trends. So we are going to monitor that. They also recommend that we monitor the percentage of hospital inpatient beds and ICU beds in our community that are occupied versus the percentage that are occupied by COVID-19 patients, right? That's a technicality there that makes a difference when we talk about how ready our community is to serve patients. And then the existence of localized community public setting COVID-19 outbreaks. So in sum, the CDC is advising that schools, number one, monitor their local data, and number two, implement mitigation strategies to bring students and staff back safely for in-person learning. And we are doing all of these things. So in my opinion, this is really good news for the Clark County School District. At this time, we are continuing to follow, as I mentioned before, our previously established metrics. And given the recent decline in local numbers, my recommendation to the district is to proceed with their reopening plans and prepare for a face-to-face return of instruction in the coming weeks, with a very heavy focus on the increased mitigation measures needed in our buildings to ensure that our students and staff are safe every day. So that's my update. I appreciate the time. Try to be brief tonight, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'll go ahead and start and like to talk about technology and let you all know where we are from a technology standpoint. I'm proud to report that our K-1 iPads are in. They are being delivered to our schools, and they will be handed out to our families in the very near future. Second grade, our Chromebooks continue to be on back order. We have not got those in yet, but hopefully we'll get those in by mid-October. Same thing with hotspots. Again, we're expecting over 1,200 hotspots, and after talking with our vendor, they should be in within the next 3 weeks. We have received the hotspots for our buses. We're in the process of installing those hotspots on our buses. They will be going to our neighborhoods probably sometime next week. So that's where we are from a technology standpoint.
All right, I guess it's on me. So some of the instructional updates that we want to share is, number one, we have really been monitoring the engagement of our students. So we are excited to say that we've made contact with almost 100% of our students. What we continue to work and struggle with is the level of engagement of all students. We've noticed that engagement goes down after lunch, and that we are continuing to try to keep our middle school and high school students consistently engaged. So those are some strategies that we'll try to continue to implement to make sure that we have the engagement of our students every day and not inconsistently. Dr. Thomas did talk earlier about we successfully brought back our DHH Deaf and Hard of Hearing program back this past Monday. We are also interested in bringing back other subgroups of students. We have talked about when we're ready to bring back our Office of Early Learning, which is led by Karen Hickenbotham, as well as our pre-K classes that are also in our schools. One of the other groups that we think would be important is bringing back kindergarten. That is that group that that engagement goes down after lunch. It's hard to keep kindergartners engaged in on the screen for a full day. So we will be interested in bringing that group back as soon as possible. Also our low incident special education classrooms, K-12. So our adaptive classrooms, our students with profound exceptionalities, we will be interested in bringing them back as soon as possible as well. And then we don't want to forget that we serve almost 500 homeless youth. And so we are really looking for creative ways to bring those students back as soon as possible so we can support them educationally. And this doesn't specifically have anything to do with reopening, but I'm excited to share that we just adopted 7 Mindsets, which is our SEL curriculum for middle school. So we've made a commitment to our teachers as well as our families that we will have SEL taught every day, either in a virtual environment or a face-to-face environment. And we've ordered those materials for our middle schools. So we have those SEL materials at all of our elementary schools. We'll have them all at our middle schools, and our high schools will embed their SEL lessons and their advisement lessons. So that is the update for instructional services, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you all. Questions from the board? I know that we have all been receiving communications in both directions, but we are excited that our metrics have moved us in a direction where we, again, are cautiously optimistic about being able to begin a return. Our goal is to provide, excuse me, provide a target date for you all next week and for our school community so that parents and staff can begin to prepare their minds for what our next steps will be.
And with that, Dr. Thomas, you'll obviously be starting with the phase 1 group that Mr. Gaskins just talked about with early learning, pre-K, K, and special ed. I think that was what was in the phase 1. Is that still the case?
That was what was in phase 1. At this point, we're looking at maybe at least doing a K-5. I'm not saying that definitively. So I know how, I mean, it's out of my mouth now. So it's like the gospel and it's on social media before I can even finish the sentence. And the reasoning for that is just the childcare challenges that presents for people, and especially even our teachers. So we say, you know, K2, and then we have teachers with kids 3rd grade who can't leave a 3rd grader at home. And that's just one of the challenges that that model brings to us. So as we've talked about it, and again, this is just us talking about it, it seems that the way that would be most beneficial to the greatest group would be a complete bandwidth. So that is our current thinking.
Okay. And so when you provide a target date next week, will you also provide target dates for the other?
Yes,
yes,
okay. Ma'am.
I'm just wondering, I'm just preparing to to answer questions
our goal
about when people will know.
Okay. Yes, our goal is next week to say what K-5 will look like, 6-8 will look like, and 9-12.
Okay, thank you.
And we recognize that, again, that's our goal. things can happen. The twindemic is coming up. Nurse Amy is optimistic and feels like maybe because we're all wearing masks now, the flu season will not have the impact that it normally does. We know that initially they talked about a second wave. So we know all of those things are possibles, but when we will offer these dates next week as our best case scenario, bearing anything unexpected happening.
And with this, would this be a 5-day, or would there be some hybrid, or is that you're still working that out?
We're still working on that, but if our metrics continue to trend like they are, ideally it would be a 5-day, because again, the hybrid model does open up just a lot of challenges for families, for teachers, but also even thinking about our school nutrition program, what that looks like if you're having to take food to half of your let's just say, we're just pretending, but let's just say we said hybrid K-5, which is what we initially thought would be great. But then we're having to transport food to half of our students while feeding half of our students. And we need the buses to transport the food to the students, but we need the buses to transport the students, and we need more buses to transport the students because we're doing reduced loads on buses. So when you start thinking, I mean, everything, it's like a web that once you flick just one part of it, there's so many pieces that move. And so taking all of that into account, and we do, I just want to stress that there still will be a virtual option. So recognizing that a lot of families will choose not to return their students, but we will start very soon communicating with our families to find out what their desired instructional model will be so that we can adequately plan to ensure that we're able to socially distance and take all other mitigation measures as we need to.
I would like mine to return to school. Just
mine is going back.
You can note that.
You know, actually, mine sent a picture to me one day this week of in the bed on a pillow, and she says, you know, this is what learning has come to for me, and I need to be back in a bed. And can you send me back? I said, I will send you your teachers, but
I've just got one question for Mr. Gaskins. I know a month ago we talked about 500 of our enrollment down 500. Have you got current numbers on that?
So I would have to defer to Ms. Duke on enrollment numbers.
I'll have to get this to you, Mr. Davis. I'm not prepared for that tonight. Sorry.
any other questions? If not, I'm going to try to speed up my part, but not too fast. Y'all slow me down. The next that I have, we do have an HR presentation. And I think besides that, I just need to talk briefly about our disparity study after HR, and I believe that will be it for me. So Ms. Duke, you and Mr. Harris.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Harris. He is our Executive Director of Talent Management, and he's going to do a presentation that shouldn't take too long.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Dr. Gann and board members, Superintendent Dr. Thomas. Thank you guys for allowing us to share our work from the lens of HR. So I'm going to go ahead. Lisa, will I be able to? Yep, I am there. Thank you. Share my screen. And if you can give me a thumbs up, if you can see my screen, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So this presentation is just to give you a snapshot of the work that we've been doing to prepare our teachers to engage in this unprecedented time. And so we're excited that we have this opportunity to share with you today. And please, if you have questions, please feel free to jump right in. I want to start with our goals. So of course, this is from the 2018-2020 piece that James referenced, Lawrence kind of referenced as well. But we're looking to recruit, support, and retain highly effective, mission-driven, diverse, and creative faculty and staff to make a critical difference by increasing student achievement. And we've talked about those three areas, and they continue to be areas of focus for our students here in CCSD. Some of the things that we continue to strive to make sure that we're being successful is we are being very deliberate and intentional about our recruitment phases. When we're going out, we're talking to folks about, yes, we are a Title I district. However, that does not define that our students cannot learn, and that we expect folks to come into our district and meet our instructional rigor, create positive relationships with our students, and of course, prepare them for the next level on their journey. We also looked at the fact that we wanted to implement a formal teacher induction program, which provides ongoing support for our teachers in our district for the first to 3 years. We know that we have a large population of teachers coming into the profession, not through traditional teacher preparation programs. So we want to make sure that our teachers that are coming in through an alternative route are just as successful, if not more. So we want to make sure that we're providing that support for them. And of course, as we've mentioned multiple times tonight, retention is definitely always one of our strongest and highest priorities. Let's look at human resources by the numbers. Teachers for this year, and I would say that, and this is based on all of our teachers that we recruited for this year, 45% of our new professional staff are in their first year of teaching. 55% of our professional staff are coming in with an average of 9.2 years of teaching experience. Again, I think I contribute some of that work with our efforts to our information out there, how we were branding our district, what we can provide for teachers, the support. If you look at the research out there right now, building relationships, making sure that folks are being taken care of as far as their SEL and having time for planning, having time for support. Those things matter. And so we want to make sure that as we go out and recruit folks, we want to make sure that they know that we care about our employees. We want them to be happy because we know if we have happy staff, we have happy kids, we have happy parents. And so our goal is to make sure that when we bring our new staff in, that they feel like they are part of our community. Another note to make on induction teachers coming in this year, 42% of them were UGA graduates. And of course, I don't know if this is surprising for many of you, but most grade levels or the most vacancies we had were in our middle schools. And those content areas were around ELA, math, and social studies. Our recruitment and retention efforts. Our recruitment efforts this year, 5.5 vacancies on day one of school. We are definitely celebrating that. That was a concerted effort of making sure our priority schools that we focused on this year, those principals were invited to attend recruitment fairs with myself and other members of the CCSD staff to go out and actually be in the mix, talking to teachers, talking about their schools, and what they can bring to the table and making sure that it was a really good fit. It wasn't really about us going out and saying, we're just looking. We were specifically looking for folks to come in and do positive work, impactful work with our students and communities. Our retention efforts, 85%. So we are maintaining that 85% range with our teachers. And so we are definitely not out of the ballpark in that area. I think there's still some more work that we can do as far as making sure that as teachers have concerns or issues, we can definitely make sure that we are just being accessible to them. And we've done a little bit of that work this year before COVID. And so we're looking, once we get to back into our spaces where we can go in and actually engage teachers, we plan to do more of that. I think accessibility to the Human Resources Department is key. They need to see us. They need to know that we are there to support all of them. And so being in the schools and being in their spaces, I think really has a huge impact. So we'll be looking at that as we move forward, but I'll share some of that information in the strategies as well. Then we have our CCSD professional staff, race, ethnicity. I know in past presentations we have done this, and so this is just a breakdown of all classroom teachers here in CCSD. And as you can see there, that's where we fall with our racial breakdown for staff members, for classroom teachers for this year. These are our numbers for this year. This is our support staff. When we talk about our diversity, I really want folks to pay attention. These are classified staff members. And as you can see, we have some opportunities, and we'll talk a little bit about some of those opportunities again in the strategies component. But we have a rather diverse group of staff here in our classified areas. And it's really important for us as a district to find out what are some of those goals of these staff members to help them and guide them on their journey as far as growth within the district. And I think that's key. And I'll share a little bit more about that information. So our supports, we've implemented a full induction program. And I have to say that this has been a partnership with UGA. We could not be where we are today without that work. And Dr. Thomas and I were on a call the other day with folks from UGA, and it's truly a partnership. And we developed an online module, new teacher orientation for new teachers to truly engage, and the feedback from that experience was just overwhelmingly positive. And we'll share that information with you guys because I think it's important that you understand and know the work that went into that to make sure that folks felt like they were a part of CCSD. And that just didn't happen. That was intentional. And we really focused on the fact that through this COVID piece, that we really had to pay attention to the relationships and the collaborative efforts we wanted to engage our new folks in. And we were intentional about that. And we wanted to make sure as well that we focused on that social emotional learning. Because at that point, we didn't have folks coming into the district all together being in one space. So how do we create this space online where folks can feel a part of that? And we had 200 new folks online engaging over 3 days in professional learning and onboarding to come to our district to have a huge impact on the students that they serve. And again, there's links in here. I would encourage you to definitely go to those links and really look at the resources that we've developed. Our virtual new teacher orientation, again, opportunities that have just come to play this year is our implementation of induction support team that consists of behavior specialists, instructional coaches, and lead mentors. So when we look at the new teachers that we've had come in the last couple of years, we've been collecting data and asking them, what are the things that you need in order to be successful? And these three groups of team, or these three groups here, really are at the core of ensuring that our teachers are successful, thus ensuring our students are successful. And so by us working together and coming across and doing all of this work together, and we're creating this partnership, within every school in our district, and we're speaking the same language, is going to have a huge impact on how we retain our teachers, how we support them when they need that, and just making sure that they are fully engaged in the level of work that we expect them to be doing in each of our classrooms. Some of the strategies that we're using, I'm happy to announce that we have started a paraprofessional to teacher pipeline cohort. We have 33 of our paraprofessionals who hold degrees from various universities and colleges that are interested in becoming licensed teachers in the state of Georgia. I'm happy to announce that 16 of that 33 are currently teaching in our schools. These are folks that have grown up in Athens, they've gone to our schools, they stay in Athens, they want to have a greater impact. And so we are excited that this first cohort is in there doing the work. They're excited. We are meeting consistently to make sure that they have what they need in order to be successful. And so that's really one of the strategies that we're focusing on. And I have to be honest with you guys, now that we've started, they're talking about it. I receive emails and calls from paraprofessionals all the time wanting to learn more about this. And I think it's an opportunity for us to ensure that we're growing our own, and they know the expectations that we have for teaching and learning in our district, and they're ready to call and do this work. And so really excited about that. Again, focusing on employee satisfaction. If they're happy, they will stay. And so we want to make sure that we have open doors, we have open ears, we're listening, we're making sure that they're in good spaces to do the work that we're asking them to do. You know, we're in a crazy time. This is recruitment time, right? We should be gearing up. So how do we maximize online recruitment tools and resources? We have a lot to learn, but we're going to figure it out. We will figure it out. And so we are committed to engaging folks to want to come and visit. We had many plans for recruitment, but we had to push those to the side. Recruitment fair and district day, where we wanted to invite candidates to the district to visit our schools, to make sure that it was a right fit for them. Do some research. We wanted folks to conduct research about our schools to make sure it was a good fit for them, and to make sure that our schools were ready for that piece. And so we want to really just engage more folks into what our mission, our vision, our strategic priorities are, to ensure that everyone knows what the expectations are.
Mr. Harris, I hate to jump in, but one of the things that you and Ms. Duke had asked for, I am on the board for Peach State, and you had asked for them to work with us to get loans for teachers to do the TAP program. And when I was in the board meeting this week, they were excited to say that I think that has finally cleared its last hurdle, and that is something that they will be able to provide. So for our people who have degrees but need to get certified and have not been able to afford to do that, they are now adding that to the services that they provide to families, are very low interest, low cost loans to help people with degrees get into certified positions. And that came as a dream of you and Ms. Duke to support those and get more of our own people into classrooms. So they did announce that at our board meeting this week. So that was exciting for our folks.
That's very exciting.
Yes.
Mr. Harris, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Harris, I was looking up something and I don't know if I missed it or if you didn't cover it. Did you talk about the tutoring that some of our own teachers are doing with our paras? Did you mention it?
I did not, and thank you for bringing that up. So with our parapros, we're taking a very supportive approach, because one of the things that they shared with me as I started bringing this cohort together is the things, the red tape that they just did not know how to manage and get through all of the red tape to get through this process of becoming a certified teacher. And so we're taking a varied approach and making sure that we're taking them through the processes so that they don't get lost. But through that, I have reached out to some of our teachers because there's always some prep that needs to happen. There's a lot of tests that these parapros need to complete and pass in order to be accepted into a program. And we've had quite a few of our teachers who have stepped up. And for the last 3 Saturdays, we've been meeting at Foothill socially distanced with masks, taking all the precautionary things that we need to do. But the last 3 Saturdays, our parapros and these teachers were engaging in math prep to make sure that these teachers were ready to go when they go in to take these assessments. And I have to also share that the foundation with CJ Ameson, she's been able to provide some stipends for those teachers who are working 4 or 5 hours on Saturdays, working with our folks to just kind of support that and to keep that going. And so we have something really positive going here, and I see it growing, but we definitely need to think about the resources that these folks need. Typically, the tests that they need to engage in cost in total about $400 to $500. And that's a lot for a parapro, going through trying to figure this out. And so one of the things that, as we continue to do this work is looking at how can we, like with Peach State, how can we offset some of that cost for them? Because what we want to do is make sure that we invest in them because they're going to come and teach for us. And so they're definitely invested. And I think it's just something that it shows good faith on the district's part, but also it shows the employee that we do care and we want to invest in them and we want them to grow and do great things. So Lynn, thank you for bringing that up because that's been awesome to see actually. Yeah. Questions or comments?
I'm just very excited, and I know Tawana mentioned that she's been, this pipeline of our local folks have really been a big thing, but I'm just so impressed that our success in terms of preparing our teachers in this very rough time. So it sounds very nice and y'all worked hard.
Yes, that was an excellent presentation. You gave me life. I was broken down tonight, but that was beautiful. Everything that's been presented tonight was very encouraging, and so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did have one question about the data. The induction teachers, though, just so I'm clear on the terminology, that's teachers that are new to the district? Or, yeah. Okay. Could you show those 2 slides again about the demographic distribution of the inducted versus all of them? I forget which slide it is, but it's back a few. There. Okay, so this one, I was just doing some percentages, and so the classroom teachers and induction classroom teachers, that was about 75% white. And then go back 1 slide, I guess, for all classroom teachers. If I did the math right, that's about 72% white. And so that was the only thing that I saw that was a little disappointing, but this is a unique year. But I'm hoping that we are able to drop those percentages as we recruit the best teachers. Absolutely, that's the standard. I'm hoping that will also lead to a more diverse population of teachers. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you.
This was great. Thank you, Mr. Harris. This is exciting to hear. This is really what the work is about when you said we have happy teachers and we have happy students and happy parents. So my last item is just an update on our disparity study. So hopefully this will continue to give life to Dr. Maddox. But I have been in conversation with Mayor Gertz, and the Athens-Clarke County Unified Government is also engaged in study and policy planning around the need for a disparity study. In February of 2020, Mayor Gertz charged the Government Operations Committee with reviewing and making recommendations in regards to contracting and procurement activities that relate to minority, local, and underserved businesses, with the goal of creating a favorable business environment and enhancing local wealth creation. And based on my reading of their efforts, it is imperative that we also start with a race neutral process. And the disparity study would then come in alongside that and help us to assess the number of minority business enterprises that we have in Athens-Clarke and compare that with the number of contracts that we have historically awarded to these individuals. And as you all know, this would then give us a legal basis to develop specific policy aimed at minority businesses. But like Athens-Clarke County, I would like to encourage us to begin a proactive race neutral approach where we increase and improve community participation in our current procurement process. I would recommend that we would start identifying strategies toward this end as we continue to explore our options with the disparity study. I can work with Mr. Schooneman and Ms. Jackson and Attorney Pruitt to look at ways that we can get out into our community and do education and information on how to participate in our RFP processes, how to answer those questions, and just do some education, kind of similar to what Mr. Harris mentioned that we're doing with those entering the education field, but us really working to help prepare people for the process of submitting RFPs for Clarke County. And then as experts in the field, we will have King Consulting present to us next month, and they've already agreed to do that. So that's where we are with disparity. I will be working with that group to see what we can do on some proactive approaches to increase involvement with our procurement and with our RFPs as we move forward with the study. And that concludes my report. That was long. We apologize, but there were a lot of items we did need to cover. And that concludes me for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Are there any additional comments and questions about the disparity study update? Okay. We'll move forward with item number 7, which is our policy, regulation, and exhibits to be posted for 4 weeks for public comment. I do want to just make both a mental note, but also share, Ms. Palmer, next week as we consider all of the policies and regulations to be posted for 4 weeks, we will need to, I think, vote on these individually, right, Ms. Palmer, because of how it's set up in board docs?
Yeah, because yes, ma'am, because they each have an individual item. So I would like for us tonight to decide if it's possible, if next week, if you find these are all okay tonight, that we can group them all together on as one item next week to vote on.
And if they're not, whichever ones are grouped together, whichever ones are okay to group together, those could be a part of the same item. Is that what I understood you to be saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So it will be like we do the consent agenda.
Exactly. If that is okay.
But that's not the case for those policies that are going to be like adopted and rescinded and revised, right, Ms. Palmer? It was just something about the ones that are posted for 4 weeks.
Well, when they are listed separately, they just, when you get to the board meeting and you say you want to take items 8, 1, 2, 3, 4 and put them all together, it just in board docs, it's just hard. Each of those items require an action. So if you can group them all together, if you know tonight that you're going to let them all go to the board meeting, then we can group them all together as one vote.
That's awesome. Thank you.
If that's the way you want to proceed.
Okay. And I think we'll be able to tell that as we discuss them further. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Item 7, Dr. Yeager, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to walk us through each of these policies, as well as address any questions that people may have.
Okay.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes, ma'am. So there are quite a few tonight. I think I sent everyone an email with all this sort of summary a few days ago. The order is slightly different, as I warned, because of moving some regulations together with the policies. So these are now grouped according to the regulations are with their policies. So the numbers are a little bit different, but it's the same text. Okay, so GCD is the final G policy. We've been finishing up the G policies. This one is a just a periodic review. There's no changes to be made. It's consistent with current law and best practices. So are there any questions about this one? And I can't see everybody because I've got too many things on my screen.
I would suggest, and again, it's not for stifling debate, but if people have a question, then they should interrupt you. Otherwise, I think you can just continue. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. If that's all right, Dr. Gant, I'll just roll through them and then maybe get questions at the end. All right.
Sure.
So 7.2 is goals and objectives. And again, okay, so we tackled the D policies. A lot of these are D policies, which are financial policies. And so DA is the goals and objectives of the financial policy or the financial operations. Again, this was periodic review only. Mr. Schuneman approved that he was happy with it. DC, so okay, can we, hang on, I gotta get you, are you clicking through? I can't quite see, let me see, hang on. Okay.
I am, I'm clicking through.
You're clicking through? Okay, I'll trust you to do that. Okay, DC is the annual operating budget. Again, periodic review only policy was consistent with current law and best practices. And that was, both of those last two were from 2005. DG is the deposit of funds recommended for periodic review only. It's current and with current law from 2002. Okay, then comes 7.5, which is DH, bonded employees. This one is no longer necessary. There's state laws which require superintendents to be bonded. And it was recommended that we not bond principals. It's current practice, I believe, to not bond principals right now. And this was a policy that said that we could, I believe, the original text, but we're just rescinding it is the recommendation from Mr. Schuneman and legal counsel. Did you have a question about that, Greg? No, okay. 7.6 DI, accounting and reporting, again, periodic review only, policies consistent with current law and practice. Its reg is also consistent with current law and best practice. Those are both from 2011, so we're gonna leave them alone. 7.8 DJD, expense reimbursements. This one was revised according to legal recommendation. It was written in 2007 and has been revised to update appropriately. Its reg is recommended for rescinding. Its details and information, excuse me, that are kept up to date in the accounting manual and do not need to be in regulation. Okay, carrying on. 7.10 DJEAC, P-card use. We don't have a lot of P-card use currently, but this reg is consistent with state law if we decide to increase P-card use in the district, and so we decided to retain it. 7.11 KHA. So the K policies are a different category of policies that we tackled. These are the community relations policies, community engagement policies, excuse me. And Mr. Davis, you're familiar with these. You guys worked on these together. KHA is awards and scholarships recommended for review only. It's consistent with current law and best practice. KI is free material distribution in schools, also current with best practices despite being written in 1983. Some of these 1983 policies are fine, even though they're old. 7.13 is political campaign materials. This one was pretty much fine, except I caught that it seemed to imply that property owned by board members could not be used for political speech, and that didn't seem right. So we changed the wording to be property owned by the district, not by board members. 7.14 KJ, advertising in schools was recommended for periodic review only, consistent with best practices and law.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. We waited until you finish all of them, then we can ask questions or make comments.
I think you can interrupt at any time.
Okay, well, let's go back to KIA, political campaign materials distribution. I read that today and I read it several times. And what if a person that is campaigning for the board, a board seat, and I didn't see anything in that policy. What if a person actually violate that policy? And I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking that. My first time campaigning for this board, which was in 2005, I believe it was, that happened to me. There was an opponent at a football game passing out campaign literature. Okay, that was an opponent. Also attending different programs at schools, passing out literature. And what I did, I contacted the superintendent, and they just sort of smiled and said, well, I said, well, you got a policy saying that you can't do that. And if they do it, I think something should be in that policy stating that if you do this now, you're going to be fined. I won't go so far as to say disqualified. I don't know whether we can do that, but something should happen when people do that, because I'm telling you, it happened to me, and I do know of another situation where it happened.
Okay, we can kick that one back to policy committee.
Yeah, let me just say one thing about that. I think I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think the response of the superintendent at the time wasn't a good one, of course. But I think if we start, I mean, if any candidate, let's say presidential candidate supporters, or
that's correct,
begin to pass stuff out, it would seem like that instead of fining a UGA student for doing that, I mean, the quickest way would be for security to know what the rule, what the policy is, and that is against the policy to do that. And it seems like that to be informed is to be would be our best practice, to make sure that the security, the principal, the administrative staff of the school, the front office staff know this policy, and as opposed to rewording it so that there's some type of fine built into it. I just think we'll be opening up a can of worms.
Well, what I'm saying is this, Greg. When that happened with me, and I understand thoroughly what you're saying, and everyone that I talk with, they were aware of the policy, but the person continued to do it, and there was no action taken toward that. You know, the only thing I'm saying, now when I said fine, that was just an example. It could be something else, but I wanted to bring that to the forefront here, because I don't see the need of having a policy saying that you can't do something, and then when they do it, not anything done about it. We don't have to settle this tonight. Maybe we need to pull that one, not put it out there, put it out there to the public, and then of course it come back, then we can wordsmith it or do whatever. But I wanted to bring that to the forefront, okay?
I say we
mind that the school district doesn't have the authority to fine or prosecute or imprison. We're not government. We're not that type of government. The only remedy for somebody violating our policies on school grounds is the same as any policy that's violated. If people refuse to quit, they can be told they have to leave. And if they refuse, then they're trespassing and security can escort them out. I don't think this one's different than any other.
No, like I said, when I mentioned fine, that was just an example. That's all.
But so that's a great suggestion. Can we add a sentence to this first paragraph saying violators will be asked to leave the premises? Would that solve this problem?
Are you going to add that to every policy that governs conduct of guests on school property? Because that's the same rule for everyone.
Same rule for everybody. Okay. Yeah. There are very few consequences in any of our policies. Now, having read so many of them, there aren't a lot of, I mean, it depends on the superintendent's decision, I think, to decide how things get handled. Dr. Thomas, did you want to chime in here at all? Or Mr. Harris?
I did have a comment, Dr. Yeager. Sorry, Dr. Thomas, do you want to go first? Because I reviewed this with Mr. Davis in our work group. This did come up. We actually didn't do it at our first meeting. We did the second meeting because this did happen in the most recent election. And what we did was we contacted Mr. Fisher's office, and he worked with his team to remove the signs. Well, first to communicate with that candidate that they're not allowed to have campaign material on school grounds. And then his team helped remove the signs from the school grounds. So I think, Mr. Worthy, I think that in our practice, that's how we were enforcing the policies, that you're not allowed to have campaign material on school property. And so even though it's not listed in the policy, and again, I can't speak to what happened in 2005, but what we do now is we make sure that, our operations team is aware when any material goes up at a school that, we alerted that candidate, you can't have your signs out here. And then they were removed immediately. So that's just how we handled it most recently. And that's why we kind of wanted to make sure we kept this policy in place for sure.
And that's fine. But like I said, when I brought this to the attention of the leaders, et cetera, they didn't do anything. And that was not fair. And then, of course, like I said, it happened the first time it was noticed by me and some others was at a football game. And then the person continued to do it, going into the schools, like at a PTA meeting, et cetera. Now, in the policy, I know we have a policy saying if you invite it to come, all candidates are invited to come, then it's okay to do this. But this person didn't do that. That person went to various schools with different programs and passed out campaign literature. Now, what you all are saying now, I totally agree with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that something should be done about it. Don't have a policy, and when a person violates it, you don't do anything. So I'm satisfied with what's being said now. That's fine. Dr. Yeager, one other policy that I wanted to, and I'm sorry, I think it's policy DH on bonded. And I think you made a comment, with the superintendent, and of course I know when I was a principal, I was bonded. And you're saying that, I think you mentioned Mike's name, that the only person to be bonded in the school district now would be the superintendent and not principals?
That's right, Mr. Worthy. That law changed. Principals aren't required to be bonded anymore.
So they're not bound to to do what's legal.
No, bonded means there's a surety bond that would cover any embezzlement of funds.
Well, yeah.
So that's only the superintendent has to have that bond now.
Okay, all righty. Well, I know I was bonded when I was the principal. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I think I misspoke a little bit. The sentence originally read, board employee, other employees will be bonded upon recommendation of the superintendent. So not all the principals were bonded previously. It sounds like it was optional to the superintendent, but it's no longer required.
Gotcha.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It did say each principal shall be bonded, right? Sorry. So.
Okay, all righty. Thanks.
So, Mr. Worthy, just to clarify, are you okay keeping DH and KIA in the consent agenda, or did you really want me to pull?
No. According to
Okay.
what's been said, especially with the one pertaining to campaign materials, et cetera, if that is carried out the way I think it was Mr. Harris
Yeah.
explained that, that's fine. But the only thing I was concerned about, you got a policy, and when it's violated, and then when someone would bring it to whoever's attention, then nothing is done
Yes, sir.
with it.
Okay.
And that's what happened with me. And I was
Okay.
totally frustrated with that.
So I will add one more reason to be grateful for living in the CCSD of 2020.
Okay.
All right, let's see. So I believe we were on 714, advertising in school, which was a periodic review only, consistent with law and current practice. KK is the same, public sales on school property. These are old policies, but they were in pretty good shape.
Good.
Okay, so now comes four that are recommended to be rescinded because of not being current practice or being unnecessary. So KBCD has to do with sports and special event coverage and making contracts with media. Policy's not current practice. It's from 1983. We recommend to be rescinded. KEA is community activities and performances. Again, this policy was unnecessary. KEC also is unnecessary and not current practice, has to do with interviewing students. DK is student activities fund management, was a duplicate of JHB. So we recommend deleting DK and just having JHB, which is the next item, and recommended to revise to reflect current practice. Mostly removing the language about contracts, which are covered elsewhere. Policy 7.21 is also to be rescinded, public use of school records. This was a complicated policy and a reg, both of which are covered by state law, FERPA and Open Records Acts. They are unnecessary policies and regulations.
Okay.
7.23 is the fund balance. No, so we had quite a long conversation about fund balance. Mr. Shinneman, I'm happy if you want to chime in. But the recommended revision is to revise the text to allow for the current practice of maintaining a higher fund balance to accommodate financial volatility, which is in our strategic plan. And the current wording was not consistent with current practice. It was much too low. The fund balance was recommended to be much lower, 2%, no lower than 2% was the minimum in that case. So we're removing the paragraph entirely. Supported by legal recommendation. And I would expect to be some discussion about that, but Mr. Shinneman, I don't know, do you want to say something about the philosophy?
That's it. Really, we read through this. The large concern was that the range given in this policy is 2 to 15%, and our board practice has historically, at least recently, been the 15% is a minimum, not the maximum. And I was under the impression, coming from my background as an auditor, that there was a 15% cap by law, and Mike corrected that and said, "Hey, that was just an audit that was prescribed by the state, but not necessarily law." And so the 15% minimum threshold is definitely legal and a very safe place to be at, and that's where we've aimed to shoot at. So if we ever got down to 2%, we'd be taking out a tan, and it's, I guess during that discussion, it was just recommended that we take out the 2 to 15% and then just say, hey, we want to have enough for unexpected declines in revenue or unexpected expenditures. We want to have enough fund balance to make sure that is taken care of. For instance, FY21, we had another austerity measure through QBE, and because of that 15%, we're able to easily weather the QBE reduction in FY21.
So I just have a comment, Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
This has been a point of confusion for me for 4 years because, and now I guess I understand why, because depending on who you were talking to, the 15% was either a a goal to get to, or it was your upper limit. And it sounds like the thinking has evolved over the years about what we do. But I assume that back in the day, the idea of making it a limit of 15% was so that you didn't have a school district just pile up money that sat and didn't do anything. I suppose.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. It only took me about 4 years to figure this out. Thank you.
And Dr. Knox, I'm happy you brought that up because what you said a few minutes ago with the school district is just stockpiling money. You couldn't do that. And I do know, of course, I won't call the name of the superintendent that actually built 2 schools that way and didn't really get in trouble. But now you have some confusion about that. So 15% is not the law, like Mike said, but it's the going rate. If you fall, and Mike, you correct me if I'm wrong, if you fall below 15%, you in trouble because it happened to DeKalb County, 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, no, again, as you say, there's no law. The audit standards used to be not to go above 15% for the reasons Dr. Knox stated.
Yes.
My impression from listening to public accountants is that the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts sort of stopped making audit marks against you after the Great Recession when they realized 15% was not a bad idea.
Oh, yes, yes. Good.
I can actually second that, and that they stopped that test while I was auditing, and the thinking kind of evolved during the Great Recession. You know, before school districts were really tested and held to that 15% mark, and when they had the years and years of austerity, the schools that had a higher fund balance fared better, and so you know they stopped that. They stopped testing that 15% requirement, and actually the thinking kind of evolved to, hey, maybe that 15% mark is where they need to shoot for in case we have a downturn in the economy. We have a safety net, somewhat of a safety net to lean back on.
Great. Thank you very much for all this.
The other thing I was gonna,
go ahead.
So one other thing I was gonna address that Mr. Worthy mentioned, and I would push back a little bit. He said if we fall below 15%, then it's a dangerous place to be in. I guess I would say it's just a matter of planning. And we did talk about saying, hey, we want to have a minimum of a 15% threshold, but then that kind of ties our hands in terms of like a long-term planning. We could intentionally dip below 15% to fund something large. For instance, we're planning on transferring out $2.8 million from the general fund, and we're going to talk about that later on down here on the agenda. And something like that could potentially put us down below the 15% mark. But if we're looking at current trends, we know that may potentially come back. So it's just a matter of planning and anticipating what's coming.
And I would just add to that. Thank you, Mr. Schooneman. That's exactly right. And remember, as a board, of course, you know, overseeing the budget is one of your fundamental functions. So you monitor this fund balance every month when you get your financial reports, and also as part of your budgeting process annually. So you will keep up with this and stay in control of it, and there's no need to bind yourself in some policy.
Thank you. All right, that was good. Moving on, with your permission, 7.24 is a policy that we looked at back in March, so it's fairly young, but Mr. Gaskins came forward and made some requests that we revise this one to meet charter system and block schedule current practices. And so it's quite detailed, but he's rewritten a big chunk of it to match the jargon and the language currently being used. And it's also time sensitive because of course this is setting things for the end of the term. So anyway, these are mostly his edits. It's quite long. Hopefully you've all had a chance to look through it. I don't know, Mr. Gaskin, did you want to say anything about this request for IHF graduation requirements?
Yes, I would say that when it was revised last year, the only portion that was revised related to the vow and salutatorian. After looking at it again this year with the other policies that we will bring forward next month, I noticed that some of the language was antiquated and didn't align to current state policy. So those are the majority of those revisions, just aligning to the state regulation.
Okay, so it has a state regulation also. Yeah, okay. All right. Any other comments about this one? You good with it?
Oh, yes.
All right, moving forward. Thank you very much. 7.25 is DFGA, admission and gate receipts. This is an old policy that talked about gold passes for seniors. We did some research and apparently that gold pass is still available. It's maybe not called out, or maybe it is, but it's, so we kept the policy for free entrances for seniors to athletic events as well as music and drama events. We did remove the sentence about the board members getting free entrances because there's a GHSA mechanism for board members optional to get free entrance to football games. So we did not retain that part of the policy. KF is community instructional resources. We talked about this one quite a bit, which is why it's down in the revision section. But in the end, we decided to rescind this policy because it's outdated and redundant with KCB, which is coming up in a minute, in terms of using the community, encouraging interactions with the community. So that's why we recommended to rescind it.
Okay.
DFK, gifts and bequests. We read through this and we're quite confused and muddled by the original language. So we looked around and found a better example in the Rockdale County examples. And so we suggest replacing our old language with Rockdale County language, and then adding a reminder about compliance with Title IX, which is something we wanted to make our, when you make an athletic donation, you want to make sure it's following Title IX compliance. So we just borrowed from Rockdale. Thank you, Rockdale County. DFK, gifts and bequests regulation was fine. The policy is consistent with current practice according to the district staff. Okay, DFL was investment earnings. This was a review only. Policy was consistent with current law. We thought about, we talked quite a bit about moving a big chunk of it into regulation because it is quite detailed. But board members attending the policy committee argued that it's better to retain it as a policy, especially if we give up our rights to approve regulations down the road, which we've talked about. So it was recommended that we retain all of those details to encourage oversight of financial decisions. 7.30 and 7.31 is the salary deductions and its reg. This policy language was outdated or covered by federal and state laws. So recommend to rescind. 7.32 is change orders. This one we checked with Mr. Galbraith. I don't know if he's here, but we made a recommended revision to follow, again, Rockdale County. And deleted a bunch of the details, but retained the emergency procedure, giving the superintendent the ability to do a large change order under emergency situations. We retained that piece. 733 is sales calls and demonstrations. Again, recommended revision using simpler language from Rockdale County. I need to send them a thank you note. KCB is community involvement in decision making. This was a recommended revision update to reflect current practices related to the charter system, adding LSGT language, etc. KHB is contests for students. Some nice work was done by the team to update to reflect current practices. It was a 1983 that was not worded very well, and Mr. Davis and Mr. Harris worked hard to get it to be more equitable in its phrasing. And I think that's all. Any comments or concerns? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, if we go back to the change orders revision, we had a lot of discussion in your policy committee meeting about the discrepancy between the superintendent's ability to do $80,000 versus $100,000. Is this where we had that conversation?
Well, the 80,000 is different from the 100,000 because
Oh, yeah,
those
I
were
remember the
approved.
conversation. Okay.
Yeah, we had a long conversation. You're right, but I think you were happy with it by the time we were done.
Well, I thought we said we talk about it here. So the
Okay.
clarity on the 80,000 and the 100,000 is what?
Mr. Schoenman, you want us to take over on that one?
I was just going to say, our purchasing policy would drive the original agreement that is being entered into. So if we're entering into contract with a contractor, and if it exceeds that $80,000, then that would be brought to the board to approve that contract, to approve that purchase order, and that's going to be the original purchase order. Once that's approved, we're giving Mr. Gilbreth the ability to approve any kind of change orders in addition to that original agreement, the original purchase order that was approved by the board, up to 25 grand. And the second part of that, and Mike might want to expand on this, for instance, there may be, if we're building a school and we run into something that stops work, there are some provisions in that contract that they may be able to come back to us and charge us way more than $100,000. So it's in our best interest to have language like this where Zernona could make the call, based off of work stoppages, us having the potential of being charged significant amount of money. She can have the immediate approval to increase that RFP, by a change order up to $100,000. So hopefully I said that right. Can you confirm, Mike?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the emergency provision is so that, again, and as you said, just to remind, this would be some big construction contract that the board's already approved. This would be if you're having change orders that are going beyond, you typically would have a guaranteed maximum price in your way you structure your contracts. Contracts typically expect the owner to, would be the school district, to respond to requests for change orders in a pretty quick period of time. If, for example, the contractor, hit rock that was unexpected, it's 3 weeks until the next meeting. The contract could potentially, probably would, give the contractor a claim for additional compensation for owner caused delay if he had to wait 3 weeks until the next board meeting for approval to increase the price to remove that rock. If it goes over 100,000, of course, then we would have to have a call meeting to do it. But hopefully that 100,000 would be enough to not cause delay and get you to the next meeting.
So it simply just supersedes the $80,000 for brand new purchases.
Right, that's right, for that specific purpose. And remember, your charter legislation now gives you the power to set the superintendent's authority anywhere between 10 and 100. So this is sort of an exception to the general rule where you set it at 80, you're going to that 100 max that you can.
You gave a good example there, Mike, in terms of hitting rock and in terms of what not having the contractor to wait unless you have a call meeting, etc. But you probably recall you were not representing the board then, Tara was, but that actually happened at Clark Central.
I actually remember that, Mr. Worthy.
Yes.
I thought we had a call meeting to approve that change, did we not?
No, it didn't happen while you were on the board. I don't think it happened before. But anyway, it happened, yes. And maybe we did. I can't recall.
Well,
yet.
the previous policy had that $100,000 in it. That's actually one of the lines from the previous policy, which we have retained because it was argued that we needed to retain that.
And I want to point out that even when new purchases were limited to without board approval to $10,000, this language was still in there. So there's always been a distinction between
change orders and new purchases.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Again, it was a conversation I felt the full board should be aware of so that we don't have to answer that discrepancy again.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate that. All right.
Yes, Dr. Yeager, before leaving these policies, I think it's the policy on admissions and gate receipts. Can we go back to that one for a moment?
Certainly. That
I'll
was
take a moment.
725 DFGA.
Yes. Okay. You know, you read so much in these policies, and sometimes you get fuzzy. But anyway, admission. I thought we had in that policy, in one policy, that retired employees can receive a golden admission pass to all athletics events. But I don't recall reading that in that policy.
Well, this one says senior citizens who are 65 years or older. So I guess if you're retiring before 65, there might need to be some provision for school district retirees. But at the moment, it would account for anyone who retired at 65.
Yes, and because like I said, but I do know of retired employees from this school district, and they weren't 65, 60 nor 65, and they received a golden admission pass to these events.
Okay, well, go ahead.
We did not alter that language at all. So I'm trying to think where, Mr. Worthy, where it would be, because if retired employees were entitled to that, it would have been in this policy. But
well, I can't recall what policy it was in, but I do know that it happened, and that's why I wanted to go back to that policy. And I read that policy, and I don't recall seeing it in there. That's why I said what I said. So maybe it's something we can look into later. Okay.
Yeah, we can always add things to policies down the road.
Yes.
This one was really old, and we wanted to give it a fresh date stamp. This was a 1983, hadn't been changed since then, so we definitely wanted to update it.
Okay.
But we can always bring it back and add that language if we can't find it. We're about to tackle some of the other big categories, and so I'll keep my eyes out for that retiree benefit. And
if we add something like that, we need to involve the individual schools and stuff, and if we're going to add that to the policy.
Good point.
Okay.
Thank
By the way, Dr. Yeager, I was just going to tell you, you're doing an excellent job looking at Rockdale County. They have great policies. I have done that for years. You know, Dr. Sam King, that's working with you through GSBA, was the superintendent there, and they had an outstanding in-house counsel named Jack Lance, who's retired now. So yeah, good place to look. Just wanted to give you an attaboy for that.
Thank you. All right, so
I had a couple of quick questions. One, the 7.28, the regulation for gifts and bequests, is that the real name of it, fiscal management? Because the regulation name is totally different than the policy that it.
Oh, yeah, so we didn't get that changed. Angela, we'll need to change gift to gifts and bequests, not financial management. Yeah.
Okay. And then there was a question in the chat about information about football parking funds and splitting between the schools or something that apparently came up in the policy meeting, but I wasn't there, so I'm not sure if you can address that or if you know what that's referring to.
I think it came up when Karina and Mr. Davis were working with Beth and Mr. Harris, and we did get an answer. I think I'll have to dig it up. The email came through a few weeks ago. So Mr. Harris, do you remember? We did get a response from. I'll have to dig it up. But Karina, I did get a response, and my understanding was that they share them equally. But I'll have to pull that up for you. And it's, yeah.
Dr. Yeager, let me chime in here. And of course, I'm just speaking strictly as the experience of being a high school principal. Now, I don't recall a policy in terms of splitting the parking fee, but I do remember this, and I can't recall whether it was in a policy. It was just a gentleman agreement between Clark Central and Cedar Shows. When we played each other, we were split the gate receipts evenly. Now that may be something you can look into.
I found the email. It was from Ms. Jimenez, I believe, who said all sports athletic coaches are given the opportunity to sign up their team for any of the UGA home game days. Coaches must remain with students at all times on the daytime. So this was for using the parking lots to earn funds for different sports. And so they were allowing teams to work on UGA football days. Is that,
Oh, okay.
that's what I believe Karina was asking about, is the UGA, why does Clark Central, who is much more advantageously located, get all the fun, and Cedar Shoals doesn't get to do that? And I believe, I'll forward that email to Karina. It came through on September 2nd. And it talks about sort of how it's equitably balanced between schools. Schools can volunteer to do this work. Anyway,
If I can jump in for a second, I kind of had an informal conversation with Maria about this, and she's got a lot more institutional knowledge than I do. And this question has come up several times in the past. And I think what she had expressed to me was Park Central has extended the invitation to Cedar's athletic departments to come work the facilities on game days. And so far, they haven't taken them up on it. I don't know if there's any validity to that or not. That's just what I heard from Maria. But I would think that, if there was any kind of gentleman's agreement and they did share the responsibility of working the parking lot on game days, there would end up being some shared split of the parking profits. That might be something that we would like to look into again, and maybe have the athletic director who's working the lot and organizing it all for Park Central to extend that invitation again to Cedar, and they may take them up on it this time.
Okay, and I see that there's also interest in Barrow, so maybe we can engage the Barrow elementary folks as well. Okay, any other questions about the policies? Can we move them all into a consent agenda as Ms. Palmer requests?
Based on the discussion about Barrow and the football, is that something that we need to pull a policy about? Is that going to come, that discussion going to come up again next week, or is that, I kind of lost track of that.
So I don't see that it really does. Do you think it falls under one of the policies we've discussed?
Well, what Kiera is saying is that there is no policy on it. So
yeah, I think it just came up as that policy was discussed, but I don't think this exact issue is relevant to that particular policy.
So maybe we could revisit the issue this fall and maybe try to create a new policy.
Based on talking to the athletic, I think it needs to come from the school leadership perspective.
Feels like operations.
Right. I move that, well, we can't move, but my suggestion is that we take the these changes and policy changes and rescinding all that together as a package.
There's 35 recommendations.
Yeah, and roll them into one, unless anyone wants to pull one or more of them, and then that would be a separate discussion for next week.
And remember, if anybody changes their mind between now and then, just before the agenda is adopted next week, you can ask that an item be pulled and voted on separately.
Okay.
And I've lost track. Did Mr. Worthy want to pull KIA or not?
Oh, no. I'm satisfied with what was said.
Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure.
I understand.
Okay. Did we get a second to that motion? I guess.
Did Greg make a motion?
Greg made a motion.
No motion tonight.
Yeah, there's no motions.
Okay, sorry.
How about this? We'll give you a thumb.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, so as Mr. Pruitt said, we'll put them all in one item for next week. And if you have second thoughts or something comes to mind, just let us know and we'll pull it out. And again, I'm also free to answer any questions between now and then.
Good.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. And so those were the policies that will be moved forward for public comment. We'll move forward to item number 8, and these are the policies to be adopted, rescinded, or revised.
And it's my understanding that none of them received any public comments. So, and we've discussed them a lot before. So unless there's more public comment between now and next week, maybe we can do the same lumping as we did with the others. Again, this one has to do with the dress code, which we modified to meet public comment. There's so 8.1, 8.2 and 3 are the infectious diseases policy and reg. It was just the reg that was revised to include COVID and measles. There were 2 C policies, CEA and CB, which were revised just a little bit. Sorry, I lost my list here. I need to pull it up.
CB.
Lost my window when I went to get that email. Okay, hang on just one second. Let me pull up my list. All right, sorry. So CEA was the superintendent qualifications, which we've modified to, actually we're rescinding it. And then CB is revised to now talk about administrative personnel ethics following the educator code of ethics.
Dr. Yeager, excuse me, may I make, let's see, go back to CB. Can you pull that out?
CB was the administrative personnel ethics, which we determined was, it says revise.
Yeah, I'm looking at the highlighted area and I read that several times a day and I'm gonna, okay, all administrative personnel, even if not certified by Professional Standards Commission. Now, a little bug went off in my head. I'm thinking that all administrative personnel, if you are an administrator in this school district, you should be certified by a Professional Standards Commission.
We have, Mr. Worthy, we have classified administrators that are not certified. In central office, not in the schools.
Okay, so what I'm reading, all administrative personnel, you have some people that are serving in an administrative position, a job, but you don't have a, let me think.
We're not talking about scope, like, for example, I assume Mr. Schoeneman is probably not certified by the PSC, but he is certainly as the CFO considered administrative.
That's correct.
And so the point here is that even Mr. Schoeneman has to follow the educator code of ethics. So the point is if you're not certified, you're still expected to behave according to these code of ethics. So
it's pretty basic stuff we want everyone to do.
Because even with HR position like yours, Lynn, there is no certification for an HR person with the Professional Standards Commission unless they have created one recently. So yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the CFO.
I am certified.
Yeah, well, I know you are.
I did get a certification with the PSC recently because of a issue.
Yeah. But I know over the years, you know, many school districts, they hire their HR person directly from the corporate world. And there is no certification level for them, but you are. Yeah, I know you are. Okay, thank you. That clears that up, Dr. Yeager.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I just want to point something out. It's just a comment. Comparing what we just talked about with CB to CEA. In CB, what we've done is we've expanded the ethical requirements, right? Even if they're not under the PSC. In CEA, it's a little bit different. Namely, what it says is that the qualifications for the superintendent will be stipulated and are stipulated in the contract, is the way I read it. And this is just an FYI because at some point, the current and new board members will be dealing in a superintendent search. And this is why the contract for the superintendent is so important. It comes at the very end of a process and you're probably completely exhausted, but it's really important to look at the wording of the superintendent's contract, because you may think that there are other policies that deal with it, and Mike could tell us more about which policies deal with the superintendent. But notice that this is one policy that's being rescinded that had some wording, however vague, inappropriate, out of date, or whatever, about the superintendent. So this is just my little reminder. Maybe you'll remember it in 9 months or a year. Look very carefully at the superintendent contract, because that is what you're holding the superintendent to.
And Dr. Knox, that's a good FYI, because many people don't realize that a superintendent's contract is the most different contract from any other employee in the school district. It's not like a regular employee contract, like for principals, teachers, etc. And I know Mike can speak to that, because mainly the attorney is charged for writing up that contract. And many people don't understand that. They don't have a regular employed contract like principals and teachers.
Yeah, that's the one thing the board controls absolutely entirely.
Yes.
And I appreciate that comment from Dr. Knox. So when we get to that point, yes, when I send you that first draft contract, please read it carefully and give your input.
And if I recall correctly, the conversation, though, we also, I think one of the points was that there is a state law about superintendent requirements as well, right? That we can't get around.
Right. There's a state law about superintendent requirements. And there's also, now, as a charter system, you could waive those requirements if you chose to do so. And that might be something we need to address in a contract. What's not waivable is the superintendent would have to be have a leadership certificate from the PSC, and he or she would be subject to those same PSC Educator Code of Ethics standards.
You were correct, because superintendents got to be certified by the PSC.
Okay, great. Good discussion. Thank you for that. The last three, EGAG is unemployment compensation that was just out of date and actually contrary to some incorrect according to some law. So that one was recommended to be rescinded. GCRA was the rescinding of the health examination. And we covered this one with certified staff previously. And then GCRA 1, drug screening of bus drivers, revision to be consistent with law.
Yeah.
So any comments or concerns? Can we lump these into one? And again, feel free to change your mind between now and Thursday, but
I'm suggesting lump them with the stipulation that anyone
okay. I think that must be Mr. Worthy's iPad that's making the hum.
No.
Okay, awesome. All right, I think I'm done, Dr. Gant. Can I just say that we've gotten through about 25% of the old policies?
That's a lot of work.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager.
We're making hay.
Okay. We will, thank you, Dr. Yeager, for the overview of those policies. We'll move forward with personnel recommendations. 9.1 is the October personnel recommendations. Dr. Thomas has provided these. Were there any questions for Dr. Thomas? Or Dr. Thomas, any comments?
No, I don't have anything. Ms. Duke, is there anything specific or unusual we need to know about this month's list?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it would be my recommendation that this would be placed on next week's agenda for approval.
Thank you. Board colleagues, were there any questions?
Yeah, I don't have a question. Well, I guess I do. the same thing happened when I was going through this agenda again today. When I clicked on personnel recommendation, did anything come up? The same as what I said earlier about an item. So, but you said it'd be on there next week, so not a problem. I can read
Is it on? It should be on there now. Is anyone able to access it?
It's been on there all day. I looked at it first thing this morning and it's been there.
Yes, I saw him earlier today.
Well, like I said,
yesterday too.
Mr. Worthy, make sure you're signed in as yourself and not the public, because you can't see anything in executive content if you're signed in, if you're not signed in under your login.
no, I'm signed in under my login, but
Okay.
I guess it because of the fact we received so many board docs, you know, with addendums this time, and maybe the one that I was on, I didn't see it, but it's not a problem. I can read it next week. I can go back and find, I think it was about 5 or 6 board docs that were sent, but I'll find it, not a problem.
Or if you just go into board docs, you don't have to pull up that email, Mr. Worthy. If you just go into board docs, you should just be able to see it now if you click on this week's agenda.
Yeah, okay.
I've got, Dr. Thomas, I got one question I have to ask because I'm from the east side. I did notice that Clark Central is getting a new position in terms of a counselor. Is that based on the just enrollment numbers, or I mean, I'm all for counselors.
Right, I understand. Ms. Duke, can you speak to that? I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I honestly did not think they were adding.
No, that may be an error. I'll get somebody to double check that because they didn't get it.
I think there was an addition to Clark.
They just probably marked that wrong in the bio. I apologize for that.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better, even though if we can put another couple of new counselors to work, I'm all for it.
All right, we'll move forward to item number 10, and this is our consent agenda. So items number 10.1 through 10.7. I'll just mention each of these, and if there is any further discussion that lets us know, or we need to pull it from the agenda, just let us know. And then if there are any follow-up questions for Dr. Thomas or staff, those can be addressed. So with item 10.1, the minutes from the September 3rd work session.
Consent.
Okay. 10.2, which are our minutes from the September 10th board meeting.
Consent.
Yeah, they're fine.
All right. 10.3, which is our minutes from the self-assessment.
Didn't see anything, so there again, consent. I didn't see anything that was irregular.
Okay. This is the action to accept yearly funds from the Nita M. Lowy 21st Century Community Learning Centers grant.
I wasn't aware of that, but consent.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, what was that?
But I wasn't aware of that grant, but consent.
Okay, do you have any questions right now that can be addressed, Ms. Davis or Dr. Thomas?
No, it's just new information.
Ms. Davis, I think Dr. Pope, but that's the grant that we have had for a number of years that helps to support after-school programs at our middle schools, and also has supported Boys and Girls Club. Dr. Pope, are you still here?
Yes, ma'am, I am. And it's probably throwing them off because it was a name change in the grant this year. Nita M. Lowy was added to it, but it is still the 21st Century grant.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I saw 21st Century, I'm like, I think that's the same one. So we've had that for a number of years.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just thought this was something brand new. All right. Super.
Thank you, Dr. Pope.
You're welcome.
Consent.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Ms. Davis and Dr. Thomas. Item 10.5, which is also action to accept the yearly funds from the Nita M. Lowy 21st Century Community Learning Center grant for the Pathways to Success for middle school students.
Consent.
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 Okay. And item 10.6, which is our action to approve the ACC LCCSD, the memorandum of agreement.
Consent.
Consent.
Okay. And our the amendment to the FY21 budget.
Consent.
Yeah. I would say consent.
We might want to
So
talk
if-
about it, but it is, yeah. I think somewhere I've had this conversation, maybe in finance, we talked about it. But.
Yeah.
It was in
Thank you.
finance. Yeah.
All right.
Consent.
Okay. Are there any additional questions about this item?
Do you, maybe Mr. Schoeneman can just explain what it is for people who weren't in the finance meeting?
Sure.
Good idea.
So what we're doing, it's surrounding the Prince Avenue property purchase. And the way that financing was structured, from what I understand, Chris's plan was to take the $2.8 million that's in our Fund 101. And if you've looked at our financials on our balance sheet in Fund 101, which is our property, that money has stemmed from the sale of our previous board office, and it stayed in that fund. There has been some money spent against it, but primarily like the corpus of that has stayed in that fund with the intent of being spent on a new board office. And so we have to put an amendment to the general fund budget, because in order to get ourselves set up to start expending on the new Prince Avenue property, we really need to be spending out of a capital projects account and not a general fund account. With the nature of the expenditures, it's going to be in function 4000, which is buying a facility, land, renovations, that type of expenditures. And if you do that out of a Fund 100 or a general fund account, it will kind of throw off some of the reporting to GDOE, and it will mess with your calculation for equalization. As a district, we don't get equalization, but still it is prescribed that it's more appropriate to have these expenditures come out of a capital projects account as opposed to a general fund account. So what we're doing in this budget amendment is just increasing one line item, allowing us to transfer the $2.8 million out of the general fund, and it will show up as an expense. And that's why we're having to amend our budget, and we're moving it out into the capital project fund. So if I had to just stress one thing about, when we're transferring out the $2.8 million, it will have a dollar for dollar effect on our general fund balance that we report to you. And we talked about the 15% being our threshold, kind of our goal of where we want to keep that fund balance. In the months of, let's say, August and September, right before we receive the vast majority of our tax deposits, we could potentially fall below that threshold if we would have transferred this out at an earlier date. But now that we've received plenty of tax deposits, we won't fall below that 15%. But that's just an example of why we didn't want to say, hey, let's set a threshold minimum of 15%, because it's possible with planning that you may go below that 15% threshold at some point. Does that answer your question?
Thank you for providing that information. Are there any follow-up questions for Mr. Schoeneman regarding this item? Do we want to keep it on consent or
Yes.
not?
Consent.
I don't care. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So we have those items on our consent agenda. I feel like there were some other items. My view here is, are we at 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to adjourn.
That's it.
Second.
There's enough
I thought
things.
there were
Don't
some-
add more.
I thought there were other items that I saw and then I thought my screen had changed on me.
Scroll down, Lisa, let her see. It says, end.
It's hallucinations.
Okay,
That's
that's right. That's right.
No more.
No more. Okay, I won't make up anymore. Well, we're at adjournment. I'll open the floor for a motion for adjourning.
I so move.
Second.
Ms. Davis and Dr. Knox. Seeing that there are no objections, we will be adjourned at 10:24. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to our ASL interpreters as well, and Dr. Thomas and your team and board colleagues. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. And close and leave. Boom.